No, I'm muted.
What's that, Palmer?
A rubber duck.
So
Sit here at the first.
I collect them, and now it's become a thing in the office to
So that way
collect
you
them.
get out.
So I was giving out Christmas ones today.
Go see, have you?
I love it.
Yeah.
It's all full of that.
But we just wanted to.
We have a couple of rubber, actually, we have a couple that, the charity that does it, so we would buy them, but not
Yeah, we are, and we are unmuted. Are you guys ready? Fantastic. All right, everyone, we're gonna get started. Welcome to the December 11th, 2025 VAR Small Meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. I'll be your chairwoman tonight. Board members present with me this evening are Daryl Cobb, Becky Finna, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present are Frankie Pinto, VARS Administrator, and Rachel Four, Preservation Planner. The order of tonight's meeting will be as follows. So we'll start for each application. We'll hear an introduction from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. If you are the applicant, please approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record. And anyone speaking on behalf of the applicant, so this would be owners, designers, consultants, should speak during the applicant presentation versus during public comment. And you'll have a 10-minute period of time to present your project. The applicant's presentation will be followed by public comment. Any written public comment that was submitted on time in advance of the meeting has been provided to the board for review. If you are speaking as a member of the public about a particular project, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you and approach the podium. State your name first and last for the record and an address if you live nearby. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And once we've heard from the public and city staff, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to respond to or clarify anything raised during the public comment period or in the staff comments and recommendations. Once the applicant's presentation is closed, we will move into board discussion and a vote on each application, and all results will be posted on the city's website. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Agenda item B3, 188 and a half Cummings Street. Please turn off your cell phones and remember that the purview of this board is architecture only. So anything related to livability, zoning, stormwater, anything not design related is not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. Okay, agenda item A1 is review of the minutes from the November 13th, 2025 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edits I circulated to the board and the city this afternoon. Do I have a second? Thank you, Becky. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1 is 221 Grove Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 221 Grove Street is in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. It is a category 3 through 2, circa 1950 in the historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting demolition of exterior elements visible from the public right of way. This is the property's location on Grove Street, and I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Mike Fisher. I'm a local architect. Thank you for your time. This is the homeowner, Owen. He's lived in the home for about 40 years. And what we're asking for is demolition on the rear of the home of a few items. Some of these items, we're not sure the age on them. The items dealing on the rear porch, if we could bring up R201.
There should be a clicker on the podium. You can point it at my
If you
computer.
point it at Rachel, yeah, it's her computer that's running the show. Uh-oh, might not be working, Rachel.
Try one more time.
All right. That's up there. So we're dealing with the rear of the house and the rear porch. On the rear of the house, we have 2 doors and 1 window we'd like to demo. The window and the doors are original to the home, we believe, built in the 40s. When we get to the porch, I'm not getting this. So when we get to the porch here, there's elements on this porch that are original to the construction on the home. There's a lot of elements on this porch that were replaced during a big renovation in the mid to late 80s. So a little bit less than the 50 years. And so those 2 columns right there in the center, those are 2 columns that we are asking for approval to demo those columns. I think those columns are not old, but I think the one on the right-hand corner in the top right picture, I think that one might be old. So you can see some of the not so sure part of it. The railings and the balusters and all that, those are all new. The slats covering the screens and stuff like that, that's all new. We'd also like to repair part of the second floor flooring system. There are elements that I think are original, and then there are elements from the renovation in the 80s. And it's not. I haven't spent too much time on the second floor of that porch because it's not the safest area, so I'm not sure the exact count on the boards. I know when it comes to the porch flooring on the second floor, that is a mix of just deck boards and 5/4 deck boards that aren't very old, and then the tongue and groove porch boards that we would expect to see. And the foundation is original and the roof is original, and we're not trying to mess with any of those. Behind those are where the two doors and the window are at. I'm gonna try to get us there. I'm sorry about this.
Here, you can tell me when to stop.
I go one more. Go to R201.
Up to it.
One more. Yeah. So if you look at the right-hand drawing, we removed the screen for some clarity. And the top left window, we would like to demo, and the two doors on the right-hand side, we would like to demo. And those are original. And like I said, the elements on the porch, stuff like the roof is original. And we don't want to touch that. But some of the other elements aren't, and we're just erring on the side of caution with some of those by asking for permission. And that's, I'd like to go ahead and open it to any questions you all might have.
I have a question. So in the plans, you said the two right-hand doors are being demoed, but the plans say it's the lower left-hand door. Is that right?
Oh, yes, that is right, that is right.
So it's the window, the first floor door to the left, and
Yeah.
the upstairs door to the right.
Mhm.
Can
And
you
then-
point, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
interrupt.
no, go ahead.
Can you point behind you what's staying and what's going?
Goes.
Okay,
And then these two columns here.
Yeah.
Would like for those to go. And the railings and everything, they're not old, but those will probably end up going as well. They don't meet current codes either.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
No.
Do we have anyone speaking?
Well,
We have the support on the board,
Okay.
Wagner Terrace Neighborhood Board, and he has our support.
Yeah.
And the neighbors surrounding his adjacent neighbors also support our renovation.
I believe all that's been submitted, by the way.
Yes. Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
And that just has a couple observations. Windows are on the rear and they're minimally visible from the side street, and we're not in opposition to any of the proposals. We are recommending approval of demolition.
Mr. Fisher, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the? Okay.
Can I ask one question? I'm sorry.
This is the whole.
What I wanted to ask is, what if we wanted to go farther and completely take it off?
You would need to submit a new application.
That would be a new application.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wondering, because we're still creating, but that, I think this will be fine. We're good. Thank you.
If
All
you
right.
decide you want to alter the design, reach out to Rachel or myself. Our emails are on the city website.
Yeah.
And we'll sit down with you and discuss what would need to be done.
Once you're good.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I don't have a problem with it. It's minimally visible.
I think the two columns, if they're just being removed, they're kind of not even a border. That's, so I don't have.
Make a motion. Make a motion to approve the submittal. Approval as submitted.
We have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Donald. Put the motion to a vote. Becky?
Yay in favor.
Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Donald?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passed unanimously.
All right,
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
All right, agenda item B2 is 21 Reed Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
21 Reed Street is in the East Side, Council District 4. It is new construction, it's new city district. Requesting conceptual approval for new single-family dwelling with additional height for our plan. This is the property's location on Reed Street. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicants.
Good afternoon. I'm Byron Gettings. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project to you. The owner is Miss Angela Williams is the owner of the property. And Miss Williams grew up here back in the day, as we would say, at a grandmother's house. It's actually the photo you just showed may have been a little confusing. I think you were showing this adjacent property to us.
Yeah, I think we marked the adjacent one since the
I think
empty
so.
lot.
Yes, our lot is a vacant lot currently. And she's looking to rebuild a house here as her new primary residence on this site. Our project has been approved by zoning, and now we present to you our architectural solution for conceptual approval with what we feel is a compelling presentation to warrant an additional half-story justified by architectural merit that I'd like to explain. The house has a 16'10" width by 71 feet deep on a footprint of a site that's 27 wide by 99 deep. 3-bed, we're proposing a 3-bed, 2-bath home. Our design reflects a contemporary coastal Charleston design theme, and we hope that we meet all of the VAR principles for new construction. The structure has a vertical orientation. I understand I have a clicker here. Is that or can I?
It's not working, just.
It's not working. Okay. You can see we have a very, if you go to the previous to one, we have a very vertical orientation to our design, which is featuring high quality components for a pleasurable pedestrian visual experience. And we have 10-foot high ceilings. It's intended to be in harmony with the surrounding buildings. And this is especially true with the added, okay, if we go to the next sheet, please. It's especially true when you look at the adjacent buildings and the buildings across the street, which have the additional occupied half stories. Several of the adjacent homes incorporate 2.5 habitable stories. Sheet 3 shows our streetscape where we're proposing to be very compatible with the immediately newest addition to the side of the street. And then on the opposite side of the street, we have these two behemoths over there that are already 3.5 stories. Therefore, in this context, our design intends to harmonize with the surrounding buildings. All of our building elements are designed to meet the VAR new construction principles. The design also incorporates some contemporary design elements, such as a punch-out facade, shed roof over this punch-out, like featured in the structures across the street. If we go back to number 2, please. You can see there's a little punch out here on their facades. And we're proposing, going back to sheet 1, we're proposing a similar punch out with shed roof. In conclusion, we have neighbors' support. One of the neighbors managed to get to come to the door. We own over 10 units across the street. And we hope that in this presentation, you see the care we've taken to fit into this portion of Reed Street. And therefore, we request your approval for this design. And I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Tilly Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval. While we understand the constraints presented by the lot size, we find that the cantilevered section on the driveway side results in an unbalanced composition. Additionally, we believe the design would benefit from a more defined sense of entry. In keeping with HCF's longstanding position, we also recommend removal of the roof deck as it is visibility from the public right of way because those concerns within the historic context. With these recommendations in mind, we respectfully request deferral of the application to allow for study. We would also like to be on the record that we do not believe this application meets the requirements for extending height based on architectural merit. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC understands that this is a difficult context with elevated new construction alongside historic structures. As proposed, this design feels top-heavy due to the narrow cantilevered foundation and complex roof form. We suggest restudying the proportions to be more traditional, lessening the verticality of the foundation, and reducing the level of mass at the rooftop to help decrease the overall height and lessen the impacts on the surrounding streetscape. Given the level of restudy needed, we ask that this project be deferred. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay. So the parcel is in the Height District 2.5, 3, and the BZA did approve a setback reduction for this. The applicable regulation for the application is architectural merit. That means a project that reflects exemplary architectural and urban design, utilizes the highest level of materials and finishes, and contributes to the public realm as outlined in the BAR principles, and that ordinance is listed there. So I'm going to go through each of those points as we normally do for architectural merit. So for architectural design, our observations would be it's an unusual symmetrical composition on a asymmetrical base. The design of the second and third story seem to be separate from the design of the base. We're concerned about the composition of the east and west elevations. Window locations are random rather than intentional. Our principal talks about size and frequency of windows and the importance of creating a rhythm horizontally on builder. We also have a principle about authenticity. The false gable in the front is masking a rooftop terrace. Load should be carried all the way to the ground. Cantilever creates awkward massing for a otherwise traditional aesthetic. As far as urban design, we feel that the entrance is unclear and it's not comfortable for the pedestrian experience. And breakaway panels have a beachy appearance, which BR normally is put in opposition to. Materials and finishes, we just normally request a higher grade of materials and finishes for architectural merit. Usually something more like a metal roof instead of the single shingle roof, wood siding instead of fiber cement. And we weren't sure about the stucco. It doesn't appear to be the traditional 3-coat over masonry, but we weren't sure based on drawing. And clad windows are proportioned appropriately for the area. We also thought that the dark base was very much in contrast with the light top. Contribute to public realm. Residential properties typically do not contribute to this item as far as architectural merit is concerned. So first, the staff recommendation would be a denial for architectural merit based on these items.
Thank you, Mr. Gettings. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, I would like to respond. Thank you. Needless to say, I'm a little surprised. I feel very strongly that we have a neighbor that has constructed a home that is very similar to what we're constructing. And then across the street, we have two other examples that are larger and taller than what we're proposing. I understand some of the comments regarding the base being narrow and cantilever, little, I wouldn't call it awkward, but I understand the comment. I just feel that we have existing conditions that are right adjacent, literally adjacent to us, which merit us proposing to design a design that's complementary to the adjacent structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gettings. All right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
In respect to the buildings across the street, they could have been constructed before the board had purview over that area, I guess.
No, not for Old City District. I believe we've had jurisdiction over new construction since
What about-
88, I'm wanting to think.
What about the height? Is that the-
Height has, I'm not sure about how the height districts have changed, nor how the flood districts have changed for that area.
So the height districts could have changed over the years, and we know the flood maps have changed over the years.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I don't know for that area, but certainly
I mean,
not 20, and what was it? 2019, 18 or 19, I think we had some significant changes in height districts, didn't we?
That's when the ordinance, the city passed the ordinance.
That's, yeah, I think that changed. I think it was 2019, I think, but I'm not sure.
So approximately in 2019, there were some height issues or it changed. Got it.
Late.
we don't know when those
I
ones
didn't
across
read
the
it.
street were built.
I'm not gonna go.
I do not know the date of the one across the street, but just hazarding, I guess we would be talking about at least 2 city architects ago.
Yeah.
I'll start, but I don't have a whole lot to say. Byron, I think the front elevation, it's the start of something nice. I like the way the base pulled out, but I would agree with the BAR, the Historical Society and the Preservation Society on everything they said. I think the mass should be brought down a little bit on the 3rd floor. But I think it's a nice start. I don't know if I have to go through every point, but I think the BR was spot on.
Yeah, I would say the issues of the entry, and I think the piece on top is just too top heavy. So, I think the lack of an entry, like you look at the adjacent buildings and kind of the stair and the entry, and really being able to identify that. And even though the building is elevated, actually speak to the street, and to somebody coming by and how you're going to enter, as just an architectural experience, I think is important. And I think just the 3rd floor is much more complicated and heavier looking. So that's I'm in agreement with the other comments made.
I'm in agreement with what. Yeah, and both of the other comments, particularly for the extra height, I don't think that the design or the material palette addresses the issues of additional height or architectural merit. I think the roof line is heavy and confused, and I struggle with the false cable. I think it was up to this point, there were no structural sections, so we really don't know if the material of the construction is high quality or ordinary. I agree with you. It's not a bad start. I think the building's top heavy. Something needs to be done to create a building that does not look like it's about to topple over top. And that just a cantilever on that very tall base.
And it's hard to tell when you look at the streetscape. The green building to the right is clearly 3 stories.
Yeah.
And the one to the left, it's the base of the building doesn't appear to be garage or be used, so I don't know if it's really counted as a story. So that's a little bit of the nuance with the zoning. So then you have the 2.5 above that. So I think, in looking at the proposal, it looks really like a 4-story, which just seems overwhelming.
Not really.
Do we have some consensus on a motion that maybe it's with staff?
No, we have sort of two issues before us, I think, or maybe, I'm not sure, and Frankie. you can
It's
help with this.
conceptual approval and
And additional height.
which I think, I don't know if you want to deny the additional height, if we really, if we could defer it and he could come back
I mean,
with a
I mean, I would,
revised plan.
based on this design, I would deny the additional height, but defer the conceptual approval, because I think the design is not, it's not so far off that it couldn't be tweaked enough to come back in a similar concept, but with improvements. But I don't know if we can break it up like that.
Can we?
Oh, I mean, oh, we can.
You could,
can.
but I think you can. Maybe because if we deny the height, there's no opportunity, they would, I guess, essentially have to bring a separate application. I think my preference would be to
I think,
defer it.
well, I guess there's a possibility that I think this design would have to change a lot to reach the level of architectural merit. And that's what, but I don't think it has to change a whole lot just to be conceptual approval. I think it needs to change some, obviously, there are a lot of points that I think would make it deferred for conceptual approval, but I think it would have to change a lot for architectural merit.
I mean, I'll defer to you all, but I think a deferral gives them the opportunity to at least make the major changes, and maybe it comes back without an extra,
Okay.
without requesting
And
extra. height, but-
I'm not.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to defer, and I think it should be defer conceptual approval and architectural merit.
Defer conceptual approval and architectural merit.
All right, do I have a second to Daryl's motion? Definitely, put the motion to vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky, it's your vote for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Gettings.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question of, fundamental question? I was unable to hear, the historical comments when she was reading them. Are they gonna be on the,
Are y'all able to share
The
those?
packet should be, they're still
I
yours.
don't know if they're always in.
I think they are.
Agenda item 3, 188.5 Cummings Street has been deferred by staff. Agenda item 4 is 122 Logan Street, and Frankie, when you're ready, I'll give you, I don't think they're always in that if they speak, some are submitted, but
You might not.
yeah. Yeah, Mr. Gettings, also this video, it should be, I mean, I don't know if it's, I think it's live right now. It is live right now.
It is like.
But also you can watch the broadcast on YouTube as well, to the extent.
I will see what I have in writing, because I know some of them were sent to us, but I don't remember which ones, so I will double check for you.
okay, thank you. I'll send you.
Okay, agenda item 4 is 122 Logan Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Let me write a reminder to, no, it's getting. 122 Logan Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a Category 3, circa 1872 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for restoration of historic structure and piazza. This is the property's location on Logan Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, my name is Eddie Fagan with the EA Architects and I have offices here. Joel Trantham, Michael Strobel, Darryl Raskin, and we're representing, of course, Charleston Day School and Headmaster John Meredith and Building Committee Chair Ross Hostetter. And just as a matter of protocol, Madam Chairman, if Ross and John would like to speak, would you like them to speak during our?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll go to the next page if you don't mind. And the way we'll speak this evening is I'll ask Joel to speak a little bit to the history of the project and the context of the building as it is now, and then I will pick up with what we are proposed. But again, very excited about the opportunity to work on this really important project and this building, and the history that this site holds and the history that we hope we will be creating with the extension of this use for Charleston Day School. Joel, if you want to introduce this.
Thank you very much. My name is Joel Franklin with the EFABA Architects, and this house was originally constructed from Matthias Wolf, a German immigrant, with a single family homeowner. And it served very many different uses over time. If you'll progress to the next slide, it's been a family home, it's been a boarding house. It's also been the residence for the last century of the Fielding Home for Funerals, establishing kind of institutional and cultural institution vital to the neighborhood on the site. And that's one that Charleston Day School is looking for respect, honor, and support in the proposed design that you'll see today. You'll see through the Sanborn maps that there's been a significant amount of development across the site. I'm not going to get into all the details so that we can save time, but if there's any questions, we can discuss that. Go on to the next slide, please. As you see, there's a large three-story existing main house and then a series of two carriage houses behind. We provided photographs of the exterior and the interior, and we'll be presenting in our proposed strategy ways that will show that we are in compliance with the preservation standards and Secretary of the Interior standards for keeping this project in best principles of restoration and rehabilitation. If we go on to the next slide, we've included some interior photographs and of both the main house, which is here, and the next slide. The carriage houses, and we'll speak a little bit more of the specifics of each one a little later in the presentation, but just wanted those for your reference. We go on to the next slide, please. So the existing site, we are located only on the top lot of this parcel. The vacant lots around are also owned by the school, but we're primarily concerned with the restoration and rehabilitation of the existing historic house that is here. On the next slide, please. So as you look at it, cited within the context of both Logan and Magazine Street, what we would like to show is that this area presents a variety of different developmental strategies that have happened. Some have additions to the main house, some have additions within a piazza infill, some have additions at the rear. And so what we will show in our proposed design is that where we are locating the modifications to this house and our strategy is the best principles and not embodying the ones that are against those some of the additions that you've seen in this context. Next slide, please. I want to say that it will respect the character of the historic district, and it will also ensure that the building can continue a vital educational purpose for the Charleston community. And so in our proposed site plan, what you can see is really establishing a residentially scaled street presence, allowing for a garden and restoration of a piazza that existed before, and then additions at the rear of the property that are subordinate and keeping in line with those principles. And so next slide. One of the challenges we're going to really have here is the existing floor levels that are in this space. As you can see by this diagram, the main house has its floor levels, the first front carriage house and the second carriage house have additional levels. And those include substandard non-habitable spaces under modern standards. You can see the 7-foot ceiling heights, and they will fail to meet accessibility criteria, life safety and egress requirements, and they're not supporting the kind of intended use for institutional educational purposes. So there is a need to kind of modernize this, but it'll be located to areas that are at the rear and subordinate to the project. Next slide, please. And then what we've also documented is some of the variety of removal of historic conflict that's happened over time. I think at the main house, you can see the non-original infill windows. There's mixed pane patterns that we're showing going back uniform. The stair will be retained and the actual non-historic infill removed, so we can restore the historic spatial relationships of the main house. Those larger historic rooms are appropriate for the flexible use of offices and small meeting spaces that were characterized by the Fielding Home for Funerals and will be used in Charleston Day School. At the carriage house, there's composite siding, metal windows, face group shutters, contemporary wood doors, and aluminum gutters. All of those with stucco applied on CMU and plywood. And so As you look at the interior, it's contemporary framing. So that's the area that we've selected for rehabilitation rather than restoration. And so we'll really be focused on a restoration approach at the main house and a rehabilitation approach at the rear house. And I'll let Eddie speak to our proposed design.
Thank you, Joel. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the top slide shows the existing conditions and floor plan. The slide below shows the proposed. And again, as Joel referenced, I think our approach to it was the kind of jewel in the crown here is, needless to say, the front building, which is from the exterior pretty much intact. This wasn't an effort to add a huge addition or do anything, but make this again something that could be important not only to the school but to the neighborhood and to the community. So the rooms you see remain quite small. It's a typical single house. There would be offices, first and second floor and third floor of the main house. We have proposed, as you'll see here, of restoring the original piazza on the side of the house and using that as an interpretation of what was there to a certain degree, because obviously it doesn't exist presently, but would like to put it back because we think it's very important to the street presence and it offers a nice opportunity for just a little bit more space to the existing house. The rear elements of the building with what is in a sense the hyphen from the bottom level plan and the addition of the community space have had so much taken away from them that there's so very little historic fabric or anything related to it. So those are the areas as it progresses to the rear where we felt like there was a little more opportunity to do something that would breathe some new life back into this building. First floor plan as well, working with proposing green space that is adjacent to that first floor level. Next one. Second floor, similarly in the main house, offices on the second level. The central section is an area that becomes more of a service element that lets us mitigate these levels with the installation of an elevator. And the area to the back, which becomes a two-level space, at least partially, because the ceiling heights are so incredibly low, but still able to sneak in what we would think are little tutoring rooms or breakout offices that at least reference the pattern of what was the original carriage house. As you can tell from the plan above, all of those walls are essentially gone, as is the southernmost wall is completely gone. Nothing remains there fabric-wise. Small addition off to the rear to be code compliant and allow for an egress stair, which would be necessary. Third level. Again, is just the main house itself, restoring windows and everything on the exterior, which we can speak about on the next slide in the elevation. Sorry, roof plan, so I'll continue, sorry. But again, as you can see there, I think it was really important for us to reestablish that street presence. And you can tell from the existing photos and the historic ones, very much trying to address that. The front building would be really restored to a T with the restoration of the windows, operable shutters, the tile roof, which is currently covered in Celoflex. What we're able to do to salvage what's there is the intent. If not, it will be replaced in kind and subsequent approvals with something that matches its environment. Next, please. Side elevation in this view is if you're internal to the property, you can see again our proposal for the front portion of the house, which restores it with the addition of the piazza. Some gesture to represent a hyphen, which stays within the confines of what was the original building that was placed there. And then the rearmost, where again, no fabric remains, is where we propose this double height space and something that we felt would be literally transparent and not trying to invent a false sense of history or something that was there prior, not knowing what it was, number one, and then also just being incredibly disingenuous and doesn't serve the property of the project well. Next, please. So again, with vegetation as planned, if you're internal to the property, and then the next one, please. From the rear, again, not visible from the public right of way, the addition off to the back that allows for the staircase that is the service stair for us for our emergency egress. Last one. Backside pretty much maintains as it is. There's some extraneous windows that aren't original that we were proposing closing in and all of that being addressed properly on the rear side. Final. So a rendering there of what we would anticipate this would look like when all is said and done. Again, we're really pleased about it and think it offers a really nice opportunity to, and I hesitated on the best way to say this, but it is kind of a unintended circle of life type thing. I mean, it's had this wonderful history where it served maybe towards the end of life. We've got a community now that it's children and kids and all of this. It's vibrant and bringing it back to some of its former glory, but allowing the opportunity to have that type of space happen at the rear, where so much damage has been done already. So I'll let y'all ask questions, but if you don't mind, I might introduce just quickly Headmaster John Meredith and then Ross Hostetter, the chair of the building committee. They just want to say a quick few words. Thank you. Oh, I do want to mention too, we've had the neighborhood involved, and I hand delivered notices to everybody on Magazine Street. Otherwise, have support from the neighborhood association, Joe and Diane McGee of One Magazine Street, Hannah Neighborhood president. Robin Richards is right on the panel with the Worthwhile Shop, all for this project. We spoke with the Housing Authority Chairman, Director of Development, Mr. Sherman. They voiced their full support. We had walked through with Ken Granata, the Chief Building Inspector, Rick Flutie, Building Fire Department. So all of them are on board with this and have vetted everything that we have done. And has spoken with both Historic Charleston Preservation Society, and I know Historic Charleston is in support of this project, so we appreciate that. Preservation Society, I think, had some comments they'll voice to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. I'm head of school, John Meredith, excuse me, head of school at Charleston Day School. If you were to look at the peninsula of Charleston and look at a bullseye of downtown Charleston, Charleston Day School is right there. And we take that role of being of Charleston very seriously, and we want to be for Charleston as well. And we think that this design is going to allow us to connect with the community in really important ways, certainly for the children of the day school. There's a function that will be available through Eddie's drawings that allow us to do that. But we absolutely intend to use especially that great room to have the community come into the school and to prepare our children to contribute to the community. I think the addition of the piazza from the historic really adds a flavor to it that as a new resident of Charleston, I see that happening all over the place, and it really feels like it restores this back to feeling like it is a building of Charleston. And the function of especially that rear room is going to add tremendously to the school and also to the neighborhood. I feel like as you drive up Logan Street, you're going to see a beautiful building that really speaks to the history of the place and adds to the community, and certainly adds to the school. So I hope you'll consider endorsing this.
Great, thanks, Sean. Good evening. I'm Ross Hostetter. I'm the current property committee chair. I'm a parent of 3 day school grads, and I'm also a neighbor. I actually live on Logan Street, so I'm very interested in how this turns out. We want to focus on maybe 2 principles that were foundational as we undertook this project. The first is that we approached this as an historic restoration, not as a school building. That began with Eddie Fava and his team, and that was the single most important criteria for the architects that interviewed and ultimately selected Eddie in that process. So that was not a secondary point for us. That was a primary goal for us. And the second is community. Our school has elements that are inward facing, as they should be for the students, and parts of the community campus that are outward facing. And this is kind of the foundational piece of that. So this building is meant to be for the community, our connection to the community. We are going to links to make certain that we honor the legacy of the family that served that building for 100 years, right? At 100 year building from that property. We've taken measures to honor that legacy and to pass that teaching on to the students as well. And then the space at the back of the building, last point I'll make, that is also the essence of community for us, space that we can gather as a school, meet with larger groups. We don't have a space like that right now. And the others, we intend to use that as an access point for the community coming in, where we can have visitors come in, speaker series, meetings, and other uses that would be available to the broader community. So those are 2 foundational principles as we undertook this project. I think that Eddie has presented here for brings those things to life and is true to our intent there. We respectfully request approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Heat Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF thanks the applicant for meeting with us. In advance of this meeting, we were pleased to see the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of this important historic building on Logo Street. With the origins of the single house in the early 1790s and later serving as the family home for funerals, the building reflects a rich and layered history that is important to preserve. We're excited to see the rehabilitation of the front building and believe the proposed modifications to the rear honor its historic character while thoughtfully adapting it for modern use as part of Charleston Day School. We are in full support of this application. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Alexander with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for walking us through the plans, and we are very eager to see this building, this incredibly special building, brought back to use for educational purposes. We also really appreciate Charleston Day's enthusiasm for honoring the history of this site and particularly the legacy of the Fielding family. However, from a preservation perspective, we naturally have questions and reservations about alterations to the oldest portions of this building that we would ask for the board to consider. There are two primary areas of concern, and we encourage study of alternatives to avoid impacts to the historic building as part of the school's master plan efforts. First, while we are very supportive of reconstructing the one-story piazza based on historic photographs, the proposed enclosure is a conjectural feature that essentially removes two original openings from BAR purview. And second, the two-story auditorium space obscures the form of the rear structure and results in unnecessary loss of historic material, especially the roof, which is the most intact portion of this section of the building. According to a 2023 report by BVL Historic Preservation Research, the single house and rear dependency both date to the 1790s, and the hyphen is an 1870s addition. The evolution of this building is still clearly legible despite the later infill, and it tells the story of this important historic property. So to be clear, we have no concerns with reworking the existing infill at the rear to function better for the school, but the oldest parts of the structure should be better respected by limiting the scope of the two-story addition, foregoing the enclosure at the piazza. We also would encourage entertaining utilizing the substantial space at the rear of the property, which was created by the demolition of the 20th century structures that was approved back in 2023 to facilitate the program that the school needs. So if significantly more square footage is needed to meet the school's needs, capitalizing on this space would be the most sensitive course of action. So at this time, we would ask the board to defer this request so that alternatives may be considered. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Yes, ma'am. Staff just had a couple observations. One, that the demolition of the non-historic rear additions were approved in 2023. Staff appreciate the restoration of the piazza, and we felt the addition is subordinate and complementary to the existing. So we were recommending conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Eddie, applicants, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Yes, if you don't mind, just briefly, I'm sorry, I don't have to Clifford, Rachel coming out here, kind of go back, I think first to Sanborn's, which are early in the presentation. And appreciate the comments of everybody, both Historic Charleston and Preservation. And we've spoken at length with Preservation Society about our thoughts, and know we respectfully disagree, but I think to their point, and to the report that was prepared in 2 years ago, it is correct that these sections are the older sections. I think it was 1888, but all of this had changed over the years, and the realities of the historic fabric in that area presently is gone. And sorry, I'll go back to some of the photographs if that's okay from the next video. And Joel, we might have that handout. Are we able to share with you just some additional photos? Because I mean, since this too, we did just our own due diligence and looked at the framing from that inside of that area, so there's no doubt that that original footprint portions of this building are from that. But none of this is, it doesn't exist, and certainly understand the concerns voiced about the roof, but the roof that's there presently slides over the roof in the rear as well. And I think by virtue of the handout that you just seen, can I have a copy of that? Thank you. What that points out, and for the public's benefit as well, is all of this area is new framing. This element right here had received approval for demolition when the rear chapel building was removed. And again, respectfully to the Preservation Society, it was something that was discussed. Do we do something else to put back another building on top? But this train of elements that kind of went back to the pattern it was prior with buildings all the way to the back of the lot was not something we thought was best. We felt like it was definitely better to keep this more compact in a footprint and can assure everybody that the elements that are being referenced and touched in the rear are not original. None of that fabric exists as documented by the photographs. And then lastly, with the piazza element, if I may, Rachel, I'm sorry, go to the drawings of that. Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, maybe there you go. Okay, that is. Again, we are suggesting putting this back because we too felt like it was much better to have that from a street presence and everything else than not. And allowing this portion of it to be infilled, it's not something I think we would have requested if this was an existing structure. It's not historic. And even worthwhile, and several buildings in the area have had new piazza elements. And it is a device that we all know as architects and builders is when we're trying to reference something but don't want it to feel heavy, that's not a bad way to do it. Where it touches the building, yes, it removes that one window from the visible public right away, but it's not too different from what was there originally, to be honest. And the window openings, as you can tell from those photos, the sills in there are actually maybe 18 inches off the finished floor. They too have been pulled up, and there would only be a portion of fabric under that window that would allow access to that new space. But again, with the space being so tight, it was critical that we had that little element added, but it just didn't feel like it was warranted to do another big addition off the back. This was the more sensitive way to address it. So I might go to that last photo again. I'm sorry.
The rendering.
Yes, please. Thank you. So again, it feel like that's a very important streetscape and something that's significantly enhanced by the piazza there, and the nature by which it affects the building is incredibly minimal, and I think it warrants the replacement of it rather than it not being there.
Eddie, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So besides the main mass, the majority of the materials on the demolition portion is not historical materials.
And again, respectfully to the Preservation Society, the roof element that forms, yes, but it's tough to see because, to be honest, you can't hardly see it. But even from that photo, that portion that's all the asbestos siding or the composite siding and what has a roof section that rides up over the original roof, which even that's not original. Now it's older, it is, but it's not 1790s. So the 1790s version of this, particularly that element, is long gone, particularly where we're touching things.
I have a question
Yes.
on the floor plan on A101.
Okay.
Actually, again, I just want to make sure. So in the reading of the building,
Yeah.
I can't tell from the photos, is this masonry wall still there? And then the second floor
Oh,
porch.
sorry. I guess I could go over here. I didn't-
I mean, it appears, but then like this kind of porch element was like infilled and cobbled together. But I'm just curious, I can't tell from the photographs if that original masonry wall is still there.
I'll let you speak to that because portions of that are, Becky, but they're so far beyond.
If you go to page A102. And we've done a diagram too, so you can see at the second story, that wall's been fully removed.
In the
Um,
back,
yeah,
back.
in the back.
In the rear.
Yes, you can see that that wall has been fully removed. There's two columns. There's no masonry at the second story. If you go back to A101, on the first story, there are portions of walls, but they have been sliced up and cut so much that they've had mechanical put in them. This is actually where the preparations were done for the services, and it's fully interior and it's not tying to the roof anymore. It's actually cut at the second floor. And if you go to AE 101, Rachel, I think it's a couple of slides up. Towards the beginning. Oh, we did a diagram because it's a little complicated to see, but this overlays in red the second floor on the first floor. And so at the exterior wall, you can see it doesn't have direct bearing on the first floor. It actually spans across contemporary joist, and then the second floor is supported on those joists, and it has open space at the first floor. And then at the first floor, you have some masonry at the bottom, but none at the second floor. And so you have this assemblage of spaces in that area that are all cut up and all different cobbled together elements over time.
And one last point to that, Joel, if I may, sorry, is back to where you're acting about that area. It is internal to that element. And in fairness, we did investigate, is there any way that the travel path could do that? It's just that the building doesn't work and it's so chopped up and the ceiling heights are awful that we're like, okay, if we could at least reference where these elements are in plan three-dimensionally and maintain those parapet walls, maintain those devices, and some semblance of architectural device that references, this was at one point another building in a height, and we don't know what it was, and then kind of false sense of history we didn't think was appropriate. So it serves as an element to link these two, and the section with the addition off to the back. But as Joel said, so much of that is gone. There are photos that can, if you'd like, we can pull back up in the presentation and have to kind of clarify for.
I think on A202, there's one other item and then we can, is that we're still showing in the drawing, and I think you can see the parapet walls as they're expressed, the corner of the historic building as it's expressed, that the fact that the roof and eave line is subordinate to the main house, and that the addition that pops forward is actually even further lower than that as it comes forward. So we've taken strategies that the existing pattern of development as these have gone over time will still be legible, and that the roof where it ties in is below the ridge line. So all of those elements are still legible on the exterior of the project.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'll just start. I'm inclined to be on the same page as Preservation Society. It's not that, I think I applaud this undertaking. I think that Mr. Faber has done a diligent job in trying to create a circumstance that in some ways, in many ways respects the historic nature of this property and still fulfill demands of the owner. And I appreciate those demands as well. However, the restoration of the main house is clearly a great undertaking. I think you look at the 88 sand boards, that porch originally turned the corner and died into the original wall of the rear structure, the early rear structure, which was of course much narrower than visually what we see today because it's just been pulled out over time, and with significant loss of historic material, I am sure, and significant modifications. So I struggle a little bit with not the recreation of the porch, but the recreation of the porch in an imagined, and to some degree an imagined form, not its original form, which is more documentable, I think, and with the infill. And the early editions, the 18th century editions in the back, clearly there's a great loss of historic material, and I appreciate that. But there's more to this building than material, and there is the authenticity doesn't lie just in the material. It also, of course, lies in the cultural authenticity, and I don't feel like I have enough concrete information here to decide based on that if the what's being done to the rear buildings is appropriate. And so I struggle with that a little bit. I understand why it's going that direction. I think maybe with more information, there might be a better argument to be made, but I'm struggling a little bit with that just because I don't think I have enough information to make a fair judgment about how much of that building is left. I know that the first section, I think the original second floor walls are partially there. And on the next section, 18th century section going back, looks like we've got first floor walls or remnants thereof. And then probably on the south elevation, predominantly no historic wall at the original location at all. And but I like their sort of perhaps not enough attention is being given to the earliest parts of those buildings.
I think I fall on the side of staff and the Preservation Society that the back portion of this has just been so bastardized and the materials are not good and it's aesthetically very unattractive. I don't know if there's enough there for me to want to save anything. I think when you look at this building in section, it's hard. You can't reuse it. You have a 7-foot ceiling and you go to put mechanicals in it and all the other stuff you need. You can make them keep a piece of it for some historical reason, but there's not enough there to use. And I also think the architects were very sensitive with height, scale, and mass on the addition.
I agree. My memory from 2023 at the site visit out here when we were looking at the demo of, I think it was the rear sanctuary, and then it was also, there was an entire rear like garage situation with bays, but we went through this entire rear portion and it took us a while to get our arms around where the original walls were. And I agree. I think this rear section has been added to so much. I think this is a sensitive approach. So I'm in agreement with staff, and I think it was HCF.
Well, over the course of the last 100 or 200 years, there's nobody's tried to be sensitive to the historical value of it. So it's just been removed and rotted and termites and went away. So I don't know if there's enough there to save. And if you did, he'd still have to raise the roofs on it. And I just don't know if there's enough to require that. Or I don't believe there is.
How about on the front building, which I think is probably, the most well-preserved, basically removing those bottom 2 windows that they're covering up with the infill porch, removing those from our purview.
Removing
On the main, it essentially removes those 2 windows on the first floor. I don't necessarily have an issue with it.
I don't either, because it's going to be so much nicer than it is now, and we're very sensitive with the piazza design and kind of trying to maintain what was there. So I didn't have any issues with the front.
Becky, what do you think?
I was actually just looking at the column spacing on the front, just the way it related to the fenestration up above it. I don't have a problem with recreating that porch on the front, and I don't really have a problem with the enclosure portion. I struggle with the addition a little bit. Just because I'm not as probably just as, it looks like they're, we're demoing. So I'm struggling with the demo portion. So we're demoing the 1-story portion and this kind of 2-story or 1.5-story addition to the thing in the back. So I just trying to figure out the respect for the existing structure, but it's really, and it's more in the sense of form, because I know that materials, looks pretty cobbled together. So,
If it's not inappropriate, we just mention one thing. The
Do you have a
demo was-
question for the applicant?
Sorry.
Do you have a question?
oh, yes, I mean, is that demo approved for the
Yes.
1 story and
The
the,
1 story element has been approved.
what about this portion? It's also being demoed. Right?
Not from 2023, I think
I
it
mean, that's being demoed. That's part of the proposal.
I don't believe we reviewed that as demo at that time.
So that, I guess that's, I mean, maybe that's speaking to what you're saying. there feels like a lot of demo.
I think with, for the back portion of the building, for the ancillary part of this building, the main house, I think that if you're gonna talk about materials only, then there's not a ton of historic material there, particularly not very much that's visible. So if we're only gonna hang our hat on the idea that the integrity of this building rests only in the materials, then might as well demo it and build a new addition. That's sort of the way I look at it. If the integrity of that building lies in more than that, then I think this approach needs more thought at the rear. The porch, I'll go back, the infill is probably all right because the porch is new and it's, if it were gonna be a careful recreation, it's a recreation, it's not historic, I agree with that. If we're gonna be a very careful recreation with research, good solid research of an original porch, paying tribute to the original architecture, I would be opposed to the infill, and initially looking at it, sitting here tonight, I was. I think because that is a brand new element attached to the house, then if it's okay to attach a brand new element to the side of that house, then it's okay to infill the back 2 sections. If it's not going to be a careful, accurate and sensitive recreation, I would probably rather see the evolution of that the front part of that building left alone, and let it read to its evolution as opposed to recreating an element that is not completely historically sensitive to the building. But I wouldn't oppose it. I mean, I wouldn't oppose the recreation of the porch as. I'm struggling with the back part.
looks like we maybe have some consensus on the front building, so maybe we could make a motion as to that, and then I'm getting the sense we'll have a split on the back building. Not the back building, but the back portion, so maybe we defer that since
Defer it until when? Until what happens?
we have 5 people.
I personally like to see the explanation of the demo and what's original and what, like, I mean, we've spoken to it, but I'm not clear, like, if the roof is original and what's happening to that and some things like that.
There could be more information about the history of the form and how it's evolved over time.
Yeah, one of y'all, do you want to make a motion then?
Would it be for approval of that front building and then deferral of the remaining?
Okay, I guess we can make a motion, right, for conceptual approval of the restoration of the front building. Stay as submitted. And deferral. Of the rear 2-story portion. For further information. Concerning the remaining historic form of the structure. It's hard. Not writing 4 pages. It's hard to, it's hard to define that. I think
Okay.
This is very complex for more reasons than one, and it's more than just how much historic material is left there.
Do you want to see the front back, or is the front building, is that okay to go to staff?
Yeah, I think.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval of the restoration of the front building as submitted with preliminary and final review by staff. And then deferral of the modifications to the rear two-story portion for further information concerning the remaining historic form. Do you have a second to Fillmore's motion?
One second.
Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl?
No.
Fillmore?
Yay.
Becky?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes 3-4 and 1 against. Thank you. Agenda item 5, 21 Council Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction over the project, please.
21 Council Street. It's in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1928 in the Old Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval for dormers and additions. This is the property's location on council. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Smith. I'm here working with the owners, Ned and Lauren DuPont. We can answer the first slide. Second. The home occupies the southwest corner of Gibbs and Council Street. This is Council, this is Gibbs. It fronts on Council and it's also quite close to Gibbs Street. Next slide, please. Actually, we'll stay here for a moment. Our plans are to do a small one-story addition on the west side of the residence. In addition, on the south side, addressing the garden. And then dormers, small dormers facing the east and another dormer facing the west elevation. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of context. This is the front of the house. There were 2 dormers facing east that were approved about 10 years ago by the BAR, and we're planning on going back with something very similar to what was approved before. This is the Gibbs Street elevation, a view from the corner. This is the area that we're planning a 1-story kitchen addition with an expansion of the sunroom beyond. And this is an aerial showing the west side of the residence here, the place that we're planning to have a dormer there, and a small addition off of this previously infilled porch. Next slide, please. Yeah, the date says 1928. In this 1939 aerial here, the house is not yet built, so it does appear on the 1944 Sanborn map. So it was built sometime around 1940, early 40s. And by the way, you can go back one for a moment. In the 1955 Sanborn map, the porch was still a porch, and this little back porch was still a porch as well. I'm not sure when. The small porch on the west side was infilled 10 years ago. Yes. So the plan here is to have a 1-story addition to expand the depth of this bar lounge space. We're removing an existing actual bar that one might sit around, and we're making it into more of a family space. The sunroom, which was infilled approximately 10 years ago, we would like to expand. This is a much loved space that they use. They have 2 very young kids, and they're spending a lot of time in their kitchen. And so having some more space in there is key. It's interior to the lot. And the kitchen addition is a 4-foot addition off the back, pulled in from the corners, 1-story addition. It'll definitely read as an addition. And what we would like to do here is to utilize for the 2 windows that we're planning in the kitchen. reuse the window that would be removed here. That's an original window from the early 40s. And the window that's in the west side of the living room, and utilize both of these windows, take out, store, and reinstall here on the back of the kitchen. So we have 2 additions at the first floor and the dormer additions. Can we advance? Very few changes to the exterior on the second floor, really none. We can get to the third floor. We have 2 small dormers here facing the east and a dormer here facing the west. This is currently a loft space. It is existing, it's quite dark, there are windows on the ends. Having these dormers will bring light into a 3rd floor back, another bedroom up here, and also to make this room feel much better and add balance to the east elevation. Can you advance, please? The roof plan showing the shed dormer on the rear and 2 gable dormers on the front facing east. The west facing facade, which is the back, but the place that we're planning the most, where we're planning, we would like to change the most. In the kitchen, currently, it's sort of an off-balance elevation here with 1 window. The HVAC stand occupies this space. We find no evidence that there's ever a window there. I think it's a little odd, not sure exactly why, but our new addition would be higher than the sunroom addition here, so that it would come out a little bit proud, only 4 feet proud, pulled in from the corners of the original brick wing here. This would be the new sunroom here, and a side view of the addition to the back and the rear facing, sort of interior facing dormer and the roof line. Next slide, please. This is the front elevation of the house with the 2 new dormers here. One change that we would like to make here is at some point, I'm imagining that this piazza was infilled first and then this one, these columns still remain on the second level. They were taken out on the first. These are corner boards. As a part of this, we would like to mimic the second floor remaining columns with engaged pilasters on the first floor. And no changes aside from that. Next slide, please. And looking at the south facing elevations here, taking the existing HVAC stand and moving it to the roof in between these 2 windows, pulled in from the corners, removes it from the garden, allows us to have this addition to the kitchen. And we think would be a nice place to have this, sort of getting the noise up there out of the way. This is the addition off of the bar space and the south elevation of the sunroom. Also, one other point on that is that these are not original windows here. And by making this change and changing this window to a door, it would give them direct access to their garden from the south end of their house. Next. And that's all I have, but thank you very much.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff has had some observations. In the precedent, the dormers align with existing windows. Staff is not opposed to modest dormers on the front facade, but we would prefer them to align with existing windows. It's in their precedents. And that is our condition for approval is a restudy of dormers. The top of the shed dormer should be brought down from the ridge, similarly to the proposed front dormers. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Smith, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments?
I don't think so.
Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. So move into board discussion and a vote.
Mr. Fillmore, you seem to be sensitive with dormers sometimes, so I might let you.
No,
open this.
I think these are fine, and I was just thinking about the staff's comment about aligning them with the windows. And I think
I will say it was highly debated.
I think if you align them with the outside windows, they look too close to the edge. If
Yeah.
you align them with the inside windows, they look too close to that little front gable. So I think centering them in between windows is probably.
They're just right.
Yeah, I think it's very nice light touch all the way around.
The only note I made was I thought the HVAC stand up on the second floor didn't do any favors to that elevation.
It doesn't. I wonder how visible is that? It doesn't, and particularly because I think it visually obscures those nice little windows in the gable, and I had the same comment. So
That was my only.
It would be nice if that stand at least did not obscure those windows.
Comment on that.
Does that stand obscure the windows?
It actually does not. They're quite close to the windows and we might be able to thin them up a little bit. We looked at a number of different places to locate the HVAC equipment, including the roof of the expanded sunroom. There, we would have been blocking this window, which is in the stairwell, or they would have been seen just sky view from this window in the small bedroom here. We think that pulled back from the edge here, and if we can get to the next, or maybe the previous sheet. Sorry, the south elevation is what I'm looking for. I think it's A204 possibly. Here we go. This would be seen mainly when traveling north on Castle Street. We think it's balanced and we think it could be okay. We may be able to squeeze it in a little bit, but you know, even looking straight out of those windows, it would not block the window. Thank you.
Is it lot coverage that's making you put them up there?
No, sir. There's not a great place adjacent to the house to put them where they wouldn't be sort of a noisy imposition. We'd like to get them up high and feel its best. There are, not that this is a reason to do it, but there are a lot of examples of AC equipment up on roofs. There's all kinds of reasons for that in a Charleston garden where you only have so much space.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to
Yeah.
work on them, move them. I've done 2 projects where I'm taking them off the roofs.
I struggle with a couple things, which is kind of the eve heights of all these additions. Sort of looking like additions, like just like, you know, like if you look at the south, that addition just like that IU line is up above the line of the porch. And then the line of the sunroom is kind of doing its own thing. And then the line of the kitchen is doing its own thing. So and then I don't live on big shed dormer. But that's
Can't really hip it,
good point.
that roof, that shed dormer. You saying you don't like the shed dormer?
No. I mean, it depends on how much you're respecting the actual structure, actual building.
For the house.
So, I mean, both sides of this building are very visible in the public way.
Okay.
So on the west proposed elevation,
And there's no streetscape, so again, it's hard to, typically, that's required for the submittal. To understand the context and how the additions are fitting into the context.
yeah, why didn't you do that drawing?
Required.
Well, just some basic context. It does occupy the corner. to the south is their garden, and to the south of that is a one-car garage, which they own, and then another one-car garage of the main, which is directly against it. I think the next house of 2 stories is probably 100 feet away to the south.
Becky, the addition on the proposed west elevation, that roof is done like that to tuck in underneath that window, so.
I'm less concerned about the west because it's kind of tucked in,
Yeah.
but
so
like
that
all
makes-
of those other 3 elevations are very, very visible.
So on
And then the
the,
east is, on Council. The north is on Gibbs Street.
on the east,
And the other one, the south is very visible as you approach the building.
I'm missing it on the
Yeah.
east. I see the front facade with the dormers. I don't see the
Well,
esophagus.
that was that.
On the south,
I just think the
Addition
arch-
roof,
Huh?
the end of that little addition roof is on Kim Street. So,
Yeah, on the east. Oh, no,
Yeah.
you're saying on
Yeah,
the
see,
north.
yeah, so in
Right,
other words,
so
that,
the
that roof
sun-
line is visible from
Right,
Gibbs Street.
that little addition of the kitchen is like, that's part of that Gibbs Street elevation. So I,
See what you're saying.
it's-
yeah, I think, that was intentional. I didn't have any issues with that.
I think it's more like the south, when you look at that elevation. That it looks like all these little pieces and parts are now added onto the building that was pretty clean. So it's, it's the eave line of the 1-story addition, it's the HVAC stand. So it's like all these little pieces are being put on, kind of honestly interrupting. It was some pretty clean lines in the building. So I think that one's, I think the south elevation needs to be cleaned up. I don't have a problem with the 2 dormers on Council, but I do struggle with that big shed dormer. Just in terms of just adding that to the building. And then it's, when you look at the west elevation, I don't know how visible that is down that driveway, but again, it's just looking at just the architecture, isn't that clean, that respectful of what's a very clean, simple building at the moment. The addition to the kitchen is higher, the eave line's higher. I understand that the sun runs lower to get under that window. It's like everything's kind of popping up and down. The windows are all, different forms. So I personally think the architecture needs to be just cleaned up. This is a very simple building with very simple lines, and just those lines I think just need to be cleaned up, and those additions be more respectful to that form.
Do you think this is a deferral?
Well, that's just
You
my
want to make a
opinion.
motion?
I don't know if you guys are.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your argument. And, I think it's the kind of the west and south elevations.
Yeah,
And I think that west elevation is,
this is in the heart of. It's a very, very visible location.
and I did have a comment about the shed roof dormer. And I kind of let it slide, I thought it was large.
It's large. It's just for the scale of the building.
You didn't let my shed dormer slide last month.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This isn't typically like the scale of that shed dormer is not something typically that we.
So
that we
it
would allow.
sounds like maybe a restudy of the south and west elevations
Yes.
and the shed dormer. Becky, do you want to make a motion?
I would make a motion for deferral instead.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for deferral or restudy and of the what did I say, the south and west elevations. And shed dormer. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, agenda item 659 Gibb Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
59 Gibb Street, it's in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is
I was looking at the
not
details.
surveyed circa 1945 in the old historic district, requesting conceptual approval for side elevation changes to dormer foundation. This is the property's location on Gibbs. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, I'm Laura Altman, LFA Architecture. I'm representing Jennings Cameron at 59 Gibbs Street. This is a forever house, and they're for full-time residents here in Charleston, and Jennings is a preservationist at heart. The house was built in 1925 by the Lillis family. You could go forward, I think, just to another one. That's a good one. Yeah. Thank you. The original rear porches were infilled in the 40s, and then later double porches were added again to the rear. The house has a very high crawl space, though it's not quite above base flood elevation, so we'll stay below the 50% rule. And there's a sister house next door at 57 Gibbs Street. So we've got 59 Gibbs and then 57, and you can see the side addition that's existing on 57 Gibbs, which was added fairly early on. I'm requesting conceptual approval for a small addition on the east side to allow for some additional living space for the client, for the growing family, and we used 57 Gibbs as a precedent. The addition has been approved by BZAZ after we significantly reduced the addition from earlier designs, and it is much smaller than the sister house at 57 Gibbs, which has 2 stories above a garage. We are proposing a 1-story above that crawl space storage area with a very low slope roof, and it's only 9 foot by 17 foot footprint. Not hiding or overlapping any of the corner boards because those corner boards were removed earlier on when they infilled the porches. And we are reusing the east side windows at the front elevation. So this is a window that would be salvaged and reused at the front elevation, and then one also at the rear. The goal is to have the most sensitive addition to the historic home. We understand that typically the evolution would be to add on to the rear and not to the side. In this case, we cannot add on to the rear. The porches and backyard are important living spaces for this family, and the house actually already oversteps the rear setbacks, front setbacks, and west side setbacks. So the east is the only place to add on to. We did study a lot of other alternatives, even including looking at accessory structures as other options. An accessory structure could be approved by setting it back just 18 feet more than the face of our addition, and could have a 500 square foot footprint and an even higher roof line than the addition we're proposing. So we feel this is minimal and appropriate for the house. The only other request with this is to change the windows up here at the dormer, just because they don't appear to be historic. We'll work within the existing original framing and just bring a little more light into that space as we open that up to living space. We are not aware of any objections from any neighbors or anyone. I have provided a letter from the neighbor at 57 Gibbs, which is the most affected neighbor. I've also met with HCF and Preservation Society over the last couple of years through the evolution of this project, and I understand they appreciate the changes and the reduction in impact. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
The existing dormer windows are not original. Are they single light windows, or are they?
They are single light.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had observation that the proposal is a modest addition and is pushed back from the street. We are recommending a conceptual approval with any board conditions and preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Laura, did you want to respond to or clarify anything? All right, we'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Actually, appreciate that the additions is more modest than the neighbors. Addition, I mean, the size of it, I think is very comfortable. I actually had a question for my fellow board members about the vocabulary of it. Is it better, typically we don't match the existing. Is it better to reuse that window or is it better to do a shiplap, like distinguish it and
Not exactly that, I
Okay.
think, saying. No,
comment?
I two notes on it. I mean, it is very small, it's very modest.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that it cuts into the little bell cast return. I looked at your sections, I just don't think there's any way to make it work without doing that.
Right, right,
But
Yeah,
I really did look at your sections, trying to figure out if there was some way to keep from landing it on that little bell cast, but
yeah.
there's just, it doesn't work. And I don't think it works. I mean, it would, you could lower the height, then you'd have a step down at the ceiling and
Yeah.
it would not very attractive. So I understand that. My question was, is it certainly it's very, it's a great idea to reuse those windows because the alternative is they go in the attic and they'll be there 2 generations from now. And so, but it does, sort of begs the question then of that. Most of us would recognize that as an addition automatically, and so it wouldn't be an issue. But
Right.
but generally, you try to do something so that even to a casual observer, it's soon becomes apparent that it is. And maybe it's just maybe you differentiate the corner board there. I mean,
the
it's that
lap.
corner board there. Maybe you change the lap
On the
on the
side.
siding. Maybe you change the exposure on the siding, because reusing the windows is
Great.
it's an idea, because
we encourage
most
that.
of the time when you put them in the attic, they're 2 generations from now, they're still in the
Mhm.
attic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so,
I'm in agreement. I would say if there could be some, I think you're right, most people would read that as an addition. But I think at least if there was a change in the
yeah, just because of
siding
the-
exposure or something.
sort of some visual hint.
Becky, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I will make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final to staff, with board comments.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff with board, I'm gonna say board discussion. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. Put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Any in favor?
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
the chair votes to the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, agenda item 7 is 4 Savage Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
Yes, but since Laura is here and I'm not going to see her, Laura.
Huh?
Fort Savage Street is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1910 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for fenestration changes. This is the property's location on Savage. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Burke with Vandenberg Construction. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Eve Plum, and her husband, Ken Pacey's not here. They are looking to move here and make it their forever home. Purchased it in 2019. And you can see the addition over to the right. It's outlined on there. We were not able to find any old records from when that was completed. Through all of our searches there. We were able to demo the interior of that to confirm our suspicion. If you look on the Savage Street elevation, there it goes to the corner. Where's the
The clicker's not working.
Okay, all right. So that's just the site plan. Everything's staying the same. We're only here to talk about the fenestrations, the windows. They were leaking when the owners purchased the property in 2019 due to COVID. We kind of cobbled them along, reglazed them, and they are still leaking and they are deteriorated. The bigger concern is also the fact that upon removing everything today, and Rachel said that I could show you the pictures that were taken. You can see.
Thank you.
There are no headers, there's no jacks, and this picture actually shows that's the Savage Street elevation there.
We need to pass these down.
Oh, I can.
This one's.
So all the windows on the house, the main house, original house are 210 5/4. In order to accommodate the framing that is now needed for this, we need to do the Savage Street facing elevation one down to a 2'6" 5/4. That would be able to accommodate the trim and the framing and the header.
And you can leave those. Oh, yeah, right. And are there any questions for the applicant?
Are the windows being replaced only the ones in that little cantilever addition?
Only in that addition and after.
But it looked like there were two in the main body of the house that were, unless
No,
I'm looking at something wrong.
so this is just to show you, this is the main body of the house. This is, you can't see the side elevation, obviously. The addition, it's about 56 square feet. It's set back and those are the only two windows on this elevation. We met with Ms. Rachel and she said that you guys like to have a differentiation. The owner had preferred to go with the 2 light, which you cannot see here, but if we go back to maybe a couple screens back, Rachel, with the street pictures, maybe you can see yeah, so right here. So this was what the preference was, but in honoring to keep it different, we wanted to do away with the girl pattern and just have, yeah, no light, one light on there. And then if you see, so here it would be the same size. The only place that we're asking to go down to the 2'6" is on a Savage Street elevation to fix the framing issues. And then on the rear, we go right here, which this is the only window that you can see from Trad Street. We want to do just like a transom window, and I think it was 3'6" on there. If you go forward.
Looking at,
Yeah.
I think that's not visible.
Okay, that's that elevation, it's not this one.
I guess not.
I don't know, so that elevations are not marked. View,
Yeah.
this is view from 168 Trad, I think. That's what I was looking at.
So right here, this is that one window that you can see back on the first picture where you can see the little corner of it from Trad Street, and it's right up to a brick wall
Okay,
there.
so
There's
it's,
not even-
so if it goes back, it's not visible. Okay.
Right. So this is the only
Answers my
one that is visible.
I mean,
Yeah, and it's in that little.
This one, the
Yeah.
first one would be
That's
visible, right?
Okay.
any other questions for the applicant?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
So
sorry.
that first, on that elevation, that first window to the left would be visible.
This one here.
Yes.
Yes, this is the window that you can see on that one picture taken from Trad Street in the
Yes.
back. We can see a little.
You can see one window
So,
fully, yeah.
We'd see a little.
It would
You
be-
can see both of them.
Okay.
They're both visible. Both of them from Trad Street, at least if you look at the.
But no, I think you can only, yeah. I think,
Any other questions for the applicant?
no.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Do we have anyone speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Alright, Beth didn't have any issues with the proposed type of window or the series of it. We weren't quite sure what to do with the proposed grid pattern. We didn't think that was appropriate, but basically we did tell the applicant that, yeah, we normally prefer a differentiation in windows. We weren't sure if that was the correct move for this particular little bump out. Our recommendation is restudy the grid pattern, but mostly we wanted more eyes on this because we couldn't date it either.
Ms. Berg, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments before we move into board discussion?
Yeah, as I mentioned on there, Eve is here today and her first choice was the 2/2, like the windows that are on the house on the side elevation there. That was our first choice. We were trying to be respectful and accommodate, some change. The 6 light, some of them are 6 light. I think all those windows in that 56 square feet, none of them are the same. And the reason why we said no grills was just to be respectful. We would like to go with what's there. Yeah. Make it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I was uncertain if you think that the rear elevation windows are so visible from the street that you would not allow the change to a transom window.
I think we'll talk about that in board discussion.
Okay,
But
because in our view, those were not visible from the street, so we were only concerned with the trad elevation and the Savage Street elevation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. So move into board discussion and a vote. And I'd like to say, I do think that trad street elevation is minimally visible. It's visible, but
Well, I think the window in the little bump out is visible, the one next to it, which I think is the body of the house and not the bump out. It's not visible. And so
they're not proposing to change that, are they? They're only proposing to change the windows in the bump out.
They're changing the both. They're changing the.
Oh, then I agree that those aren't visible. Yeah.
Wait a minute. See, this is in the bump out. This is from Trad Street, and
see.
you can see the existing windows there.
Yes.
But these windows are actually in the body of the house, I think.
And I don't,
But you can't see that.
No. I agree. We
So it's
can't
not
do
our purview.
those. So just so you know, we're talking about on that Trad Street elevation, the window that's on the historic home that you're proposing a transom for, because you're proposing two transoms in the plan.
Yes.
One of them is not within our purview, so you have the ability to change that one. Okay.
What do you think about that?
No. Oh, we're in board.
Yeah. Board discussion.
I don't know.
I think, yeah, I mean, certainly replace it. It's okay, it's just. What's the light pattern?
Yeah, was there an objection to 6/6?
Actually, the drawings, I think, are showing 9/9, but the windows are 6/6, the existing windows are 6/6.
So I personally think they should stay 6/6. I don't have I don't have a problem with the replacement. I would like to see them 6/6. I think on that elevation facing Trent Street, that the 2 windows to the left should be the 2 full windows. And then the transom, since it's not visible on the body of the house, is fine.
But you're not okay with the transom on the.
Projecting piece.
I'm okay with the transom there because I think it's minimally visible. And
It doesn't bother me for that similar reason. So
I don't know, like right there, like as you look at the building. But that would be a little transient. It's kind of weird, man.
And maybe it's because we don't know the age of this edition, which is why. I don't have a problem with it. But is everyone in agreement on the grade pattern suggestion 6/6? On the other two,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 6/6.
so now we're down to the transom.
Yeah.
Fillmore, what do you think? The location
I
of the,
don't, you know, I'm assuming they. And so, you know, I'm assuming they want to transom window because there's something against that wall that, you know, and of course.
Yeah.
I really struggle sometimes with. Sort of things that are not very appropriate being driven by.
Right.
A program. They're not very appropriate on the outside, but I don't think it's very visible. I'm just not, well, actually, we're looking at the sidewalk there. It is pretty visible.
Pretty visible.
Yeah.
First
I
one
think-
is really visible in terms of
Walking
speeds.
I think that window pattern needs to run on all three sides.
6/6. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final to staff. That the window type should be 6/6. And that the elevation facing Trav Street, that the left two windows should remain 6/6.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff with a board condition that the window types should be 6/6, and on the Trad Street elevation, the left two windows should remain 6/6. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to the vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you. Okay. Yes, we are actually going to take a short break until 6:32.
In the middle of my meeting then.
I need a snack. Okay. We are on agenda item 8244 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
44 Ashley is in Canterbury, Elliott Borough, Council District 6. It is not surveyed circa 1930 in the Old City District. Requesting conceptual approval for addition and fenestration changes. This is the property's location on Ashley. And I'm going to turn it over to begin his marathon presentation.
10 minutes, right?
Technically, you have 10 minutes.
I don't think I've ever taken 10 minutes. The zoning is different, but Joel Adrian, Coastal Creek Design, I'm here to present 244 Ashley. I do have the owner here as well who would like to talk about brought him to the property. And I will just start with wanting to make sure you see and appreciate the uniqueness of this lot. And if we can go maybe 1 or 2 slides in. And the history of the lot, I think, is very important in that the original platted parcel was much smaller than what is there today. And that timeline, I'll show that for you. And it was, I think it says it was in the 1990, early 90s. The owner struck some deal with something and added a significant portion to the rear of the property. Original house was located back in the right-hand corner, about 3 feet off the property line, as it seems. And then all of a sudden, this other property was added to it. If we can go to the next slide, and then we'll get to that. Sanborn maps will show you what I'm talking about. If you look at the 1929, you can see the location of the house, and then this nice expanse right here, and all of a sudden the property line in the 90s gets adjusted. So we're back in here, so we have a nice large area that we can utilize. Next slide or two, again, just following those Sanborn maps and the aerials, and then this is where I'll leave it. And these are viewed from the street. I think it is very interesting. Look at this 2001. You can see where all the houses are across along the street, and then there's 244. This distance is over 100 feet. Front of that house is off of the property, and the property pushes behind the neighboring house, and that is where we're focusing our addition. Harrison, if you just like to let them know who you are.
I'm Harrison Malpass. I'm a builder here in Charleston, and the word forever house has been thrown around a lot tonight, but I think this is genuinely our forever house for our growing family, kind of as the previous owner had his family. And a lot of what Joel and I have designed here is more from a functionality standpoint, just because the house is so far back on the lot and so invisible from the public right away that I hope you guys take that into consideration. You know, the fact that it is 120 feet from the street really drove the design from the fenestration, from the interior perspective of having a mudroom without kind of ruining the front hall of the main house. But I'll let Joel take that away, and I appreciate everyone's time here.
Thank you, Harrison. So I'll stick with this picture here. And so from the street, there are 2 main parts of this house. And when you look at those Sanborn maps and go back, what you're seeing here on the right, the very large portion, that is original, that is historic. Behind this little wing to the left is what was an original porch on that design. And then there was this small little, currently is like a 5-foot little mudroom / laundry that was added, and that porch was enclosed. If we can maybe go to the next slide or 2 here. Just the existing survey, just site plan. Now, if you leave it here, I think that what we did with our design approach is we kept everything behind the historic house and behind the footprint of the historic house. And the second thing that started to drive our design is this 30-inch oak tree that is on the property. And so we had met with city staff on site about preserving it in that tree protection zone. And we came up with a design solution to be able to do the addition. We're gonna be putting one little pier right here, then we will span a beam across, and then the next pier will be outside of that tree protection zone. And that is what's driving the length of our hyphen pieces. Our hyphen would not have been that depth had that tree not been there. The tree is fantastic, and we want to save it. The city wants us to save it. We go to our next slide. And so then this is the proposed site plan. So you can see that hyphen piece is narrow. The hyphen is basically a walkway that goes from existing house and gets us back to the living area with one or two smaller rooms off of it. And then it is 2 stories so that we can get to the second floor that is proposed on top of that. We get to the next slide. Here we just have our existing floor plans, first floor, second floor. What's important here is looking at this, what is the kitchen right now is what was the enclosed screen porch. And then this part, this little rectangle, which is that laundry and this mudroom, was added to that house at some point. And there's some overframing on top of the gate with a hip roof that is that kitchen piece. Our next slide. And sorry that this one is rotated 90 degrees now from what you just saw, but if we go to the front here, you can see the existing, where it's talking here, this is the footprint of the enclosed porch. Then it steps in, which it currently does, and it comes to this line here where the refrigerator is. So we are looking to add on the front just this small area here, which is the pantry and the mudroom, and then a little side porch. And again, that when you think about that, the importance is looking at it from the street view, and the fact that it's 100+ feet off of the street. It is off to the left side, and it is dealing with a portion where the part of the house that faces the street has already been modified, and so we are just increasing that towards the street, so the depth perception really doesn't change from public realm. The addition then hyphened, and then it opens up, and then planning for the pool and the separate little guest house, pool house. Next slide, please. And this is just the second floor proposal. So you can see that the access of that hyphen going back that breezeway gets you to the primary suite for the house. Next slide. And then the sections that we provide in the existing roof plan. And our next slide. And that's the proposed roof plan. Next slide. Again, here are elevations. Obviously, the area in red is the area that we're looking to modify. The historic house, main portion of it, we're not changing. You're not able to see our addition behind that at all. Everything has been lowered and narrowed within the footprints of behind the footprint of the existing house. Our next slide. And then here is the study of that house as it starts to grow to the rear. So looking at the hyphen, doing again what we are trying to, where we say we're going to just differentiate the historic house, make a change. And that's what this hyphen piece is. Again, it is extended because of that tree, the tree protection zone, then getting to the addition that we're proposing in the back. The only part of this elevation that is visible is if you are on Spring Street, you look down an alley, you'll be able to see this little window right here, this portion of the addition. Everything else disappears, and we do have photos, I believe, in our package that can show that. Our next slide. Then that's the rear. The red is outlining where the hyphen connects to the existing structure. And the next slide. And this is the interior view proposed. And again, I think that there were comments that we received from Preservation Society potentially about our window sizes, our fenestration. And we really are looking at this as preserving the historic structure hyphen and then building new. And it's an opportunity to allow for our new windows, new materials, our new sizes to be expressed It's in an area that has zero visibility from the street or the public realm, because it is all interior and nobody will know that that's there unless they're visiting the owners. Next slide, please. Oh, this is the local house, sorry. I'll go into too much detail on it. It's a footprint of about 454 square feet, I believe. Plan is to have first floor entertaining area, second floor, small little guest suite up there. And if we can go back one slide maybe. I just want to mention that the footprint of the hyphen, one level is 270 square feet. And then the length from the main addition all the way to here, that was one rectangle. It is 40 feet in length and it's 21 or 22 feet wide. The existing house is 40 feet wide and 36 feet deep without the front porch. So even though it may appear as if we're doing a whole lot, if you break down the massing, there's not any mass that is larger than the existing house. And then we'll go through, I think we've got a few more slides in here.
You got about a minute left.
So, these are some of those photos, just showing some of the context. Next slide. And the next one. Again, aerials, I think it is very important to remember the uniqueness of the property, where it sits and what area we are building in. Our next slide. And then some of our 3D imagery. And then we'll just leave it here and I'll take any questions that you might have.
Can you leave it on like A7 or A9? I'm just trying to look at the massing of the new and the massing of the old. Yeah, something. Either that one or the other one's fine.
A9's a little tricky.
You want to look at A9? Thank you. That's good. Will help with board discussion.
Any questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us on this request and for the historical research provided on this property, which indicates that this is a 1907 cottage constructed by a well-known African-American contractor, E.T. Edwards. While the architectural direction is starting in a good place and we appreciate the hyphenated approach, this proposal represents a dramatic intensification of massing on the site and overwhelms the historic cottage. The PSC would like to see this project's overall mass, scale, and footprint reduced so that the addition is not larger than the historic structure. We would also recommend reducing the scale of the fenestration on the proposed addition. Given the level of restudy needed, we ask that this project be deferred. Thank you.
Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF appreciates the addition is subordinate in height and the use of a hyphen. However, we do not find it is coordinate in math or scale. With the existing building at 2,447 square feet and the proposed addition at 2,908 square feet, the addition dominates the original form. For this reason, we respectfully request deferral to allow further review of its mapping and scale.
Do we have anyone else speaking?
As a neighbor, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I own the house to, as you enter this deep, very deep property, which is I completely agree with your statement. It's an absolutely unique property. I've not seen anything like it. And I've lived next to it for 15 years and I totally love it. Love the house. I know the property intimately. What they're planning to build does look big, but I think it fits really well. The massing, or I shouldn't say the massing, but the location of it, the positioning on the property and the dog leg property fits, I think, really well. And it's minimally, let me take that word back. It is not visible or scarcely visible from the road. Only down Sanctuary Court is there a sliver of it visible. And I know that area well, so I can vouch for that. So I'm in favor of it. I was at first thought it was big, but I think it fits the property well. And I think it fits the way they've attached it to the house. It honors the house, which is a great one. And my wife and I are both, as artists and designers, are really in favor. of what they're up to. So. Okay,
And what was your name?
Rick Harden. I own the long house on the right-hand side as you enter the property.
Got it. Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frank, you have to give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Joel, I think you missed one of your slides.
This is the overall aerial.
Staff just had some observations. One, that the front changes are minimally visible per the site plan, which is sheet A15. And the rear additions, as Joel stated, there is one view shed from another road, but other than that, they are not visible, which means they are not under BAR jurisdiction. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with any board conditions and preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Joel, do you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments or
Yes.
public comments?
If we could go back to that one slide I didn't address. This I think is what tells you what you can see. And I think that's to the Historic and Preservation Society, the front elevation has remained relatively unchanged in what you can see. And the addition that we're proposing again is not visible from public realm, except for if you look at this lower right picture. And so we're on Spring Street, I guess, looking down the courtyard here, and way in the distance, the little white, that's the house in the back there. So you've got to look all the way down that to see. And then when you have that view, once we do our hyphen, that's all you're going to see is the hyphen portion. And you'll have no idea what comes after it. You'll have no idea what's in front of it. And when you walk around to Ashley Avenue, you have no idea what's behind it because the entire addition is behind that historic house. So yes, it is large, but I do believe it is appropriate. And, we could probably look at even in this aerial, looking at properties that have changed, you see a break in this roof. So this one got deeper. I can look at my own house on Wentworth Street and tell you that the additions that have been done over time are greater than the house that was there initially. And mine is more visible than what we're talking about here.
Could I make a comment?
Yes.
I think again, on paper, as from a square footage standpoint, yes, everything that we're proposing is 2,900 square feet, but I think that 900 of that square feet is pool house. And I think roughly 400 of that square feet is the breezeway that we designed it to bridge that grade. We spoke to BZA and we said that, and they said that was the best way to do it. So I think that number is a little bit deceiving. It is the number, but again, it includes the pool house and the breezeway was only designed to protect the tree.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. So Frankie, based on your comment, are you saying we only have purview over the front facade and then potentially the window from?
What are we, tell us what we're.
So yes, those would be the only two things that are visible. And so they would be the only things that are actually under our purview.
So can you go to a sheet and show us exactly what we are and aren't allowed to look at?
I think it's
Can we look
only
at the front?
the front.
Yeah, Joel, you help me.
Only the front and then show us that window.
I know where on the front is, I don't remember, I think it's that.
This on the, because what you can see from my photo is you can see this portion of the existing house. So your visibility to go here, so you'll see those two windows. And then on the front is just the change of this left area here. This was added on, and so it is this. None of this is being touched or modified, and you have no idea what's happening behind it. And so that is what that's the most visible part of it.
This is a new one for me.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna take
have-
staff. at
We
their-
have sat down, I've sat down with Joel, I sat down with Harrison, we have poured over aerials, site plans, and because of the visibility, it's so far interior to the lot. That's something we would have purview over.
Then why are we looking at everything and not just what we
Because-
got purview over?
Joel
Yes, it
has
would be
showed us
weird.
everything in the packet, to explain what you are seeing.
I mean,
It's very difficult to just show you those two little
Okay.
things.
I have no problem with the windows that are symmetrical right above each other.
On the connection piece?
Yeah, or the changes to that front.
So can you go to sheet A9? Oh, go to A7, I'm sorry. So what we're looking at, this is what we're looking at right here.
Yeah.
That's
There's two
And that
things.
is-
the only part that can be seen from the street.
Because if I were looking at the whole thing, I would have said, it's out of scale, but if that's all I'm looking at, then I don't know if I have a problem with it. What do you think, Becky?
Right, I mean, I'm right. If that's all we have jurisdiction
If
over.
that's all we got purview.
The front facade, do you have a problem with the changes being made to the left-hand side?
I
I
don't,
do.
but Becky,
I do. You know, I do. I just like I'm actually very familiar with this house as well. And that's actually where I feel like I don't have a problem with anything back behind it that's set in. But the infill of that corner, I just, like, I think that's where you have to respect the existing building. So I have a problem. It could be the architecture of how it's being infilled. But it doesn't seem respectful at all to the existing structure. So I have a lot of problem with that corner.
I have a question for you, Becky, then. So currently there's like a pair of 3.0 French doors there, right? Is that what we're looking at on the?
I mean, those should not.
So, and yeah, that's my point is that's probably not historical. So what's under it appears to be nicer than that. And then the window over to the left,
The
Well,
question is
the
the
whole
infill.
infill. It's a whole
Oh.
new
The
infill
infill to the,
I see.
would you be okay with it if it was within like the columns that are there?
You asked me a question, because it is like the corner
What were you gonna say, Joel?
of, when you look at this, this corner. And that portion of the hip roof, that's the existing corner that's sitting right there, so we have not taken away from the front view any additional massing or view or history. We have taken this portion that is not original, and as Harrison said, these doors are new. And we're saying that we're gonna take this out and we'll pull this forward. Now, if it would be better for us to keep these columns, again, these columns not being historic, but if it's better for us to detail it differently in that respect, I could certainly study that.
Can you get an A9 on that, please? So this is really what we're looking at. Is that this whole thing, this is what we have right now. And this whole thing is coming forward.
I
to
see.
The edge of the building, taking away that window. And the stair is kind of coming alongside. So now this new thing is flush with the front of the house. Like I just.
I
like,
see. I understand. I didn't get these drawings. It wasn't attached in mine, so I'm seeing this for the first time.
Oh, yeah. So the side view didn't like.
Yeah.
Just like that's the only, honestly, even if I'd been ruling on the rest of the project, I probably wouldn't, I mean, I would have had a little trouble with the scale, but in terms of the whole thing, but that piece,
I see what
no
you're saying.
matter what,
I'm with Becky.
just,
I
'cause it's a
didn't,
really beautiful, elegant little building, honestly. So that's, that's the part that I feel like has to be,
I see
have
now.
more respect.
The extent of the info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, given all of that, do we really have to do that to the this beautiful existing building?
Mhm.
That's my struggle. So just that piece.
you want me to make a motion? You would-
I don't know, is that, I guess,
I mean, I think it's
I don't want to rush you, but
is that a deferral or a denial or what is?
I think we approve the windows. on the alley.
Yeah.
So that they're just dealing with this.
Yeah.
So it's really just a restudy of that, changes to the front facade, which the only changes to the front facade are what we're talking about, because there's no changes to the main historic portion. It's just this.
I was gonna deny the addition to the main mass and approve everything else. But yeah,
Okay,
are we on the same page?
Yeah.
okay, so we're gonna do,
For the main mass.
Would you rather defer?
The main mass.
Yeah, okay. I'll change my motion to defer.
oh. I think it's conceptual approval of the remaining. Which would only be those two, right? Okay. And you're okay if the two windows go to staff?
Right, hold back and get us that.
I do appreciate that we got to see the application, because that would have made no sense. We just saw the two windows, but okay. So we have a motion on the floor for deferral of the changes to the main mass and conceptual approval of the remaining changes with preliminary and final review by staff. Do you have a second?
Yes.
Thank you, Becky. I put the motion to the vote. Daryl?
Yea in favor.
Becky?
Yea in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 9, 6 Trumbo Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Thank you.
6 Trumbo Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a category 4, circa 1870 in the Old York District. Requesting conceptual approval to raise the house, administration and column changes, and a rear addition. This is the property's location on Trumbo. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Joel Adrian, again, Coastal Creek Design, thank you for your time this evening. This is your second review of this project. So maybe hit the slides. Here's our nice little cover sheet. What a beautiful looking front elevation. Next slide. I don't know if I'll go through all the history since we've done this before, but the existing house had an addition that was done. That addition, if you go, maybe we'll go to our site plan sheet, go through the history. And existing site plan, we'll go to the next one. And the next one gives us a little clarity here. So existing house footprint, there is a section that has already been infilled on this piazza. And then the blue here is what is the existing addition that was put on the back, and we are proposing the brown area. We have received our zoning approval. You were very concerned if the neighbor had at I think it was 177 Wentworth had been talked with, and the client has tried to approach. I don't believe they live there full time. I went by and dropped drawings off, but they were not home. I left them with the painter that was at the house. Had my card in it, so I did try to reach it and contacting me. So I left my contact information. We would go to the next slide. And really I guess this is a good one. So the original ground floor plan, we had our louvers or screening at the piazza. We did not have screening of the conditioned area that is existing and then being proposed once we elevated. The board asked us to add CMU wall there and stucco it, so we're showing that. If I could, I would like to hand you all some additional drawings, because my client would really like to go back to the previous design and leave this part open. And I think that we're going to be talking about, when you see this, the distance that it's back, there's only about 7 feet between these structures. And again, our limited view, and if it could be open, it just makes property much more usable for him. If I could bring these, hand these to you. Thank you. And if we can maybe go to the next slide, this, we'll touch on what I handed out to you in a bit. Nothing has for the most part changed other than some windows. There were windows, if you look at the previously reviewed plan and then the proposed plan. We had a single window in our previous plan. We've added a second window in that in that massing when you look at that side elevation. The next sheet. And then the same thing on the second floor. We only had a single window, and when it was previously reviewed, it was felt that the elevation was off balance and that there should be some additional fenestration there. And Becky, if I could touch on one of your other points. Actually, go back one sheet if you could. I'm sorry. You had made a comment that the addition, the conditioned space should step in from the piazza, but we are keeping it in the same position that it currently exists. So we're not pushing it further out from the piazza or tucking it in. Again, there's limited visibility of it, and it's an existing condition. We're just adding a second level to. I'm sorry about my voice. If we go to the next slide and the next one. I think we need to, so roof plan, existing, proposed, continue to the next. The sections for the most part remain unchanged other than the addition that's at the rear. Next slide. Existing conditions. Continue. Next slide. And we'll go to the next slide again. And here's where I think the majority of our conversation was, and when we see the streetscape drawings, I think you'll understand that on the original design, we put a window in here above the plaza door, and the feeling was that it was just too cluttered. Also, the siding was up, and the desire was to pull that down to reduce the foundation presence, pedestrian scale. We've done that. The foundation shutters are going to be operable. Oh, thank you, Frankie. And that was a request of the board, excuse me, please. I don't know if that's a whole lot, but I appreciate that. And so the changes, we were asked to study the step into the house, and we've maintained what's there. Our goal is to this whole piazza screen door. This door is existing and it's going to be reused. We're not making changes to it, and the way that we get into the house, we're not going to modify either. So it's currently sidewalk one step, and then we open door and go in, and we'd like to keep it that way. Instead of the cramming the window in above, we've just decided to leave that open. We're expressing a column, hold up the piazza screen wall at the top, and then no other changes on that front elevation. Rear elevation remained same. Go to the next slide. Oh, yeah, east side doesn't change at all. Next slide again. And then here's where we'll talk about what I handed out. So we had proposed before was the screening at the piazza, and then open on the heated addition in the back, so that the family could get underneath the house and use some of that area, since the backyard is about the size of 4 of these chairs, too deep. And so, you know, we opened it up, or we closed it up, sorry, as directed by the board. But our proposal would be if we could open it back up and have that area easily used and accessed for the client. Next slide, please. And then here are our 3D imagery that we put up. You know, there's the 3 houses, 4, 6, 8, basically the same. 4 has been approved. A lot of the massing that we're proposing on 6 has been approved at 4, and so we're just kind of keeping that sister house concept going. And then our next slide. streetscapes previous and proposed. So I think you can see the dramatic thing in the banding, and that this is now in line with the house at 4, much more in line with the house at 8. The scale of everything, and it's not as cluttered as it was before. And let's see if we got another slide. Just some overall context photos. There's one more. Okay, if we go back to the 3Ds. And then what was handed out to you, there were 4 other 3D images. And the one in the lower left is the one that we have put together. It's the sight line looking down the side property line between 6 and 8. And again, it's because everything's so narrow, it's just tough to see anything as these little levels go deep. So we are hoping that we can revisit the concept of having that one section open. And the final sheet just shows other houses in the area where there are open foundations, potentially under conditioned space. And whatever the use might be, whether, you know, if it's Murray, there's a vehicle that can be parked under it. 24 Main Street, it's just, and even, so I'll leave it at that. And I think I've answered questions that y'all had from the first review, and we'll take questions.
I have a couple. Can you go to the first floor plan proposed and new? Just to bring me back up to speed.
There we go. So existing, the original review, and then the current.
So this is existing and this is already built out over the floor.
Correct. So that this shape that's remaining here, and that bathroom stays, it's,
And then
we're adding
that's
this part, because this is right now, there's one little column there and there's a door.
I see.
So that is the enclosed part.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had a couple observations. One is that we really appreciate the datum line created with the bottom of the sign to match the sister houses. And our other comments have been addressed, so we were recommending conceptual approval of the board conditions and preliminary final by staff.
Thank you. Joel, did you want to respond to anything raised in these comments?
No, I don't have a response to that.
Okay, all right. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Anything? You got anything?
No, I'm fine with that, yeah.
Do we have a motion?
Make motion to approve it as submitted.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
The staff asked for clarification, if the board was considering, Joel's question about being opened underneath. Or as it was being proposed in the drawing.
How about with a board condition?
Me and Becky didn't have a problem
Yeah,
with.
I think
with
you're
the
gonna need
proposal.
that pier, but I don't have a problem with.
That board approves, what do we want to call this? Revised A1.
And it's open under the.
All right, so the motion is. Daryl, let me make that. Conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff with a board comment that the board approves the opening under the 2-story addition. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. Put the motion to vote. Daryl,
In favor.
Becky,
In favor.
the chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Can I
Thank you.
say something to him before he leaves? On that last submittal, I think what would have served you better is if you just kind of showed a wire diagram
Yeah,
and
versus
said, you don't have permission to look at this, you could have cut it in half and we wouldn't have sitting here trying to pass judgment on something we're not allowed to look at.
Okay, all right.
Just make things go quicker.
Appreciate that. Y'all have a great Christmas.
Thank you all.
Agenda item 10, 10 Trapman Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
10 Chapman is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a category 4, circa 1880 in the historic. Requesting conceptual approval to elevate the home to the design flood elevation, a new staircase and fenestration changes. This is the property's location on Trenton, and I will turn it over to you.
Hi there, I'm Eric Village. Architect with Cozy Development, represented this project. So what we're doing is just trying to get approval for some modifications, but mostly just to raise the building up for the DFE for FEMA considerations. We're doing this one. Okay, yeah, this one's like conceptual. Move forward. This is showing the existing site plan. This for context of the, showing it for 1852. I'm not 100% sure when this building was built. Future location, I don't think it appears here. Or this. So really, as we identify, we're making very few modifications to the building. So as we identify when it was built and the existing condition of it, it looks like there was some modification to it at a later date. If you move forward again, and keep going forward, so we can get to the existing conditions of the building. Oh, you switched while I turned around. Okay.
Sorry, there's a lot.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah. So basically, this is currently a 2-story building with a residence on each floor. It's 2 separate units, duplex. So there is a staircase that goes up to the 2nd floor. As we raise the building, we're going to eliminate this stair up to the 2nd floor and only have a stair up to the piazza, the new piazza level. So if you go forward again, this is showing just the neighboring context buildings. Move forward again, please. Sorry. And neighboring buildings, there's a couple different types of buildings right around, so they're not all exactly similar. I don't think there's a sister building related to this one. Go forward again. Again, more context. Here. So yeah, this is sort of showing the site plan proposed. So we're retaining the existing nature of the building. We are taking this full 1-story staircase, it becomes a half-story staircase up to the existing piazza there. Move forward. You can see the proposed ground floor plan. Obviously, there's no existing because this is all the whole new foundation structure. There is a new door here and new windows here. That's something to consider. And then the staircase there. Forward again. And here's the 1st floor plan. So the existing piazza here. And the staircase going up to the 2nd floor with this half-story raise. We're only going up to the 1st level stair. The next slide, and then showing the 2nd stair. We eliminate the stair completely and just retain the historic piazza that's there. Go forward, please. And roof plan stays basically the same. Here you see the elevations really on Trapman Street. This is the thing where we raise the building up to this level, get the the short stair instead of going all the way up. We're adding a door here into this basement area and having these 2 new windows, which we have kept very, very simple on that facade. The change here is just with the base coming in here and flood vents and so forth. But other than that, we're not changing the windows or the fenestration at all. And then here you show that just the scale of it related to the adjacent buildings.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had an observation that we appreciate that the redesign of the existing stair for the elevated house to maintain continuity. And our recommendation is a conceptual approval of board conditions and preliminary and final by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in staff comments? All right, we are in board discussion and a vote.
I would say it's kind of handy that the stair currently goes, that you currently have a stair so that when you elevate, it's going to go up. My main, I think, things that I'm looking at on that front elevation, I don't really think that door is appropriate right there below the porch. And then Frankie, what's your typical policy on base of the building? I mean, doing 1/1 windows seems unusual, or maybe they're just not detailed.
We typically ask for some type of detailing. Most of the time, I don't have windows proposed on bottom, actually. I have people propose either an inset in stucco or a faux shutter.
Yeah.
So I was having a hard time finding one with a proposed window to compare it to.
Not habitable. So those are my two comments. I'm not in favor of the door right on the street under the porch, and I think those two windows need restudy.
You mean they need like a grid pattern or something,
Well,
or?
usually it's a niche, or they're maybe they have a grid pattern in there. I mean, it could also just be the representation that there's no sill and there's no,
Oh, I see.
I mean, it's not.
So maybe just a general restudy.
They just don't seem to be detailed properly.
Would you give it conceptual approval or do you want to see it back?
Yeah, I would give a conceptual approval with study with staff of those ground floor elements.
Did you make a motion?
I won't make a motion. Are you have anything else?
No, I'm on board.
I would make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final to staff with
You study the door.
with study of the door on the front of the building and the window openings at the base on the street.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff. With a board condition to restudy the door and window openings on the base and front elevation. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Becky?
Jay in favor.
Daryl?
You in favor?
Chair votes for majority and the motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item 11, 7 Payne Court. Ricky, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
7 Payne Court is in Kenver, Elliott Borough, Council District 4. It is a Category 4 circa 1852 from the Old Historic District. They're requesting a conceptual approval for an addition and modification to enclosed porch. The property location on Payne Court, and I will turn it over to the applicant.
Eric Silich, architect with development. Yeah, so this one is a little bit more involved, but this building is from 1852, was originally part of a group of buildings. If you go forward, please. You can see here that 1883 drawing, there was a series of these buildings. That 7 Payne Court was over here, and I think was actually numbered differently at a certain time. If you go forward, you can see it over here too as well. And that continues through, if you go forward to the next slide. At some point, and it's sort of continuing through, so you can see that, it's part of this development on Payne Court. Go forward again. I think, it's super blurry. The understanding is that there was a fire at some point and most of those buildings are gone now. So our understanding right now is this is the only one of those of this development left. It's just we're sort of noting that's where it is. But here you see condition of the existing drawing, the existing image from 2014 back in 1985. One of the things to note about it is that the this porch, we're not sure when this porch was modified, but that porch has been like, you know, there's siding put on it. It's these verticals are basically 2x4s or maybe the 2x6s. There's no detail or anything like that, and then it's screened in that location. Go to the next slide. So here's images of this thing. You can see the front facade is mainly still intact, mainly still has the historic character. The rear facade also, it's very hard to see. The side facade is only visible, I think, from this other property. And then you can see here the side porch that's been heavily modified. It is set back. Payne Court isn't part of the purview. The purview is actually from Spring Street, set back well back from Spring Street. On the side view on Cumming Street, it's very, very hard to see. I'm not sure on one of these images. So this is looking down here down Cumming Street. You basically can't really see the building, or you can only see the front portion, maybe a quarter of the front portion. Next slide, please. But it's just sort of establishing the FEMA zone and so forth. So we're outside of that, of this zone, and so we're not proposing to raise the building at all. Slide. The site plan, existing site plan. It's a very small site. You know, it's a very small property here, so we are respecting setbacks to the rear. Forward, please. And so here we have the proposed plan, existing plan and proposed plan. So we are stepping back, and you'll see this on some of the elevations. We are building to the rear of the building. We are stepping back from the existing structure by sort of 6 inches or so to try to just sort of establish that differentiation. On that east side, we had proposed to keep it continuous. We had some discussions with the Preservation Society and Historic Charleston, and they wanted to see a little bit of a setback. So we would be revising these to show a little bit of a setback that would allow the existing shed roof line to still register. But because the building is so tight, we want to keep this setback, and so we can only constrict that so much. The next slide. So the second floor, you can see where this is the step back from the piece down below, and then we would set back a little bit here to allow that. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a site plan. This is the first floor plan. Can you go back one, please? Just for the record, there's some stuff going on in here, which is actually a drawing artifact that shouldn't be here. So I apologize for that. But on the ground floor plan, next slide, you see the actual correct configuration furniture showing how that would lay out. So we are not occupying any of this piazza. We are restoring that piazza and actually restoring this front entry. That entry door still exists on that facade, but it seems like it's disused. And so we would restore that to sort of functionality. So now you go to the next page, second floor. We are building out here. We would have that little bit of a setback here, and we're doing the 2-story piece up there south of the piazza. Go to the next slide. And you see the roof line. This is very constricted both in width and in height. So we are stepping down the roof, but we can only step down the roof so much because the ceilings are so low. So we wanted to pull that new gable roof down a little bit farther, but then we get an eave height that's below 7 feet. And so we had to kind of get right in between there. So go to the next slide. So you can see on the elevation here. So the north elevation, here's the existing, we're restoring this, the historic entrance. And then this piece in the back is set back from the building. On the south elevation, which is actually not really visible, as far as we can tell, it isn't visible from Spring, obviously, or from Cumming Street. But we're having, you know, very simple thing, simple massing right here. Go to the next slide. On the east elevation, this is where we would set back a little bit to respond to what the Historic Charleston Preservation Society had said, to let that line read through on this facade. rather than just having it flat. And then the west elevation, looking to basically restore this piazza, get back to a historic character. We're not exactly sure what it did look like back in the day, but it would be a very simple version of it. We're not doing, particularly ornate posts or balustrades. It's a very simple reconstruction here, and then the massing in the back. We go next slide. No, thanks. That's this.
Any questions for the applicant?
So you did meet with the Preservation Society and Historical Society, and
Yes.
they're not here.
Oh, she's hiding.
I did not personally.
Laurel left, but.
The other girl's hiding from you over there. Oh, we
No,
do
go
have
ahead.
purview over this, right? I mean, you saying
Yes,
you can and can't see. I won't understand that.
So for clarification, Payne Court is a private right of way. So we would,
What can we
Our-
see from Spring
we
Street?
can see the entire front facade from Spring Street because it's all open parking lot.
Okay.
And I do actually think there is, some visibility from, what is that? Cumming Street. Yeah, I think you can actually see between the houses and have some visibility from Cumming.
Is there a facade we're not looking at?
You can't, I don't think you can see the east facade or the south. So north and west. The front facade and the piazza side.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Lead Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, we appreciate that the proposal seeks to be sympathetic to the historic form. However, we believe height and addition could be restudied to achieve better differentiation.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations. Oh,
To the elevations, thanks. So from Cumming Street, you can see this portion. And then from Spring Street, you can only see the front. You're not able to see that. You're not gonna be able to see the rear addition for purview sake.
mhm.
And then one response, thanks for the comments and everything. It's mainly just the circulation of the floor plan, because it's so small, it's 862 square feet. So we tried to recess and try to differentiate and everything, but there's just no room. Because we're sensitive to the piazza being put, or the porch being put back.
Yeah.
So if you look at the floor plan, if you go back to the floor plan, you can see the circulation. I mean, it's so tight. I mean, we're like 12 foot. I mean, halfway back. So it's just something to be considerate of while we're trying to modify the house just to make it livable. So it's just a real tight space. So that's all.
Anyone else speaking? All right. Frankie, now city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, staff has some observations. Proposed addition is only set in from the west elevation, but as stated, there's no visibility of view. New roof should be below the ridge of the existing. Proposed fenestration has cohesion with the existing structure. Staff appreciate the return of the baluster. But we feel there are too many window types being introduced. So staff condition for approval would be lower the proposed roof and restudy and simplify fenestration. So our recommendation was deferral for restudy. So lower roof.
Thank you. Did y'all want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments? Or in the public comments? Okay. We are in board discussion. Can we go back to the west elevation and north elevation? We have purview over the entire north elevation. Can you go back to A202? And you're saying, rip my computer off of the desk. You're saying this is the only thing visible?
I think you would be able to see more than that. There's vegetation in the way, but we don't count vegetation.
Okay, so
Okay.
the whole thing. Okay. That was
Just from the
clarification.
site studies,
Um. What do y'all think? I get that it's small, so.
I think you lose the character of the main maps with the addition. It overwhelms it and it's hard to tell what was old and what was new.
Yeah.
But maybe Becky feels different. So when I look at it, I'm basing it on height, scale and mass and I'm lost in the addition, yeah.
I
So
agree. I think it has a unique, just has a unique form to it, I think, especially from
Yeah.
the west elevation.
and I understand that it's a small space and it's hard to add on to it, but I just feel like it's the charm of the little building's lost. So I would make,
Is it staff comments?
yeah, I would make a motion, or do you want me to make a motion or do you want?
Yeah.
To defer to restudy with board and staff comments.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for deferral for restudy with board and staff comments. Do you have a second?
Yes, a second.
Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Okay, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
the chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 1245 Bogard Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
45 Bogart Street is in Canterbury, LA Borough Council District 6. It is a category 4 circa 1872 in the Old City District, requesting final approval for rear porch addition. I worded that kind of poorly on the agenda, so I'm sorry. They are revising a previous approval.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
yeah, we've seen this.
So this is the property's location on Bogart Street. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Eric Silage with Prince Development representing the owner. And yeah, so with this building general being previously approved, looking to make one small modification. So as we go through, if it's okay, I'm probably not going to go through all the sort of historical documents and so forth. So if you could just sort of go forward, let me see what page I want to see. All right, well, let's start here. So the issue is wanting to extend this screen porch out to the back. I think the previous approval, previous submission was approved with the screen porch flush with the back of the building. So
No,
we're looking-
without the screen porch.
Without the screen, okay. And then, so what we're looking to do is extend this out and screen that floor to the back of the building. Just go forward, please. This is the existing site plan. And which is the currently existing building. If you go forward one more. And this was the previously approved massing. And we're looking to extend the porch on one story and screen that in the back of the building. Next slide. This is existing proposed. Next slide. And we, I already showed it to you in the other drawing, but this is the bump out here. Next slide, please. Just to get to the, obviously, we're not, so on the second floor, we're not extending that out. Next slide. So we have some electrical drawings in here, so we can go forward to maybe to find out the elevations, right? So the existing and proposed north elevation previously approved. The existing south elevation and what we're proposing is this bump out piece here and screening in that porch. Let's go forward, please. And then you see that bump out here on the west elevation. Go forward. You see it again on the east elevation, and then I think we have one more drawing. Sorry, go forward again. All right, where we have the existing elevations, the previously approved elevations, and then the currently proposed elevations.
Any questions for the applicant?
My guess is this is minimally visible.
Yeah, I mean, it's with the back of the house, I'm not sure in between the other buildings. You can see that back corner.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie?
Okay, so this is an alteration of a previous approval. The proposed alteration is minimally visible, from Ash Street. Yes. I actually made Travis go out and check. The owner has met with staff about the request, and it was our recommendation that he draw it as proposed and we bring it back to the board for approval. Because it is also extending the building slightly further back, which is what makes this portion visible, past the Freedman's Cottage on Ash Street. So it's a very small portion of the rear of this building that you can actually see. But what you can see is where the porch is.
So it was preliminary approval?
I put preliminary approval. I didn't think it had everything in there for final. But we have seen the final drawings in the permit, so. I was putting preliminary approval, so I didn't get corrected on not having everything for final. And then we would sign off on the.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments? Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and the vote.
You go first. I think it's hardly visible and I think it's gonna make that porch much more usable. So I personally don't have any issues with it.
I think this one, what we've mostly focused on is the restoration of that porch, the removal of the infill, so. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Daryl, did you want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve it as submitted.
So preliminary approval with final review by staff? That was your motion?
Yes, sorry.
Do I have a second to Daryl's motion? Thank you, Becky. I put the motion to a vote. Daryl?
Yay in favor.
Becky?
Yay in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, agenda item 13, 1110 King Street. Frankie, you'll give us an overview of the project, please.
Okay, 1110 King Street.
Yes.
Actually, I'm gonna wait for Lindsay and Fillmore to come back to us.
Okay.
1110 King Street is in North Central Council District 4. It is a category 4 circa 1935 in the historic corridor. Requesting after the fact approval for a rear second story addition. This is the property's location on King Street. And I am going to send it over to the applicant.
Hi, good evening. Nassim Kachmirian with Rockwell Construction. I'm here for a second time to ask the board to review and hopefully approve this request for a second story addition. Before we get started, I do want to acknowledge that this was an after the fact request. Rockwell Construction halted all work to make sure that we receive all the proper approvals necessary to move forward. So we already do have zoning approval, obviously, that we received August. Slide, please. So just some brief history. This house was originally built around 1935. You can see here that there wasn't a lot of development up until 1908, where they subdivided the plots, and then in 1955, you can see that this is our property here, that it was built 1935, shown in the 1955 Sanborn maps. This is a American Forest Square house, meant to have a cube shaped design, front wide porch and second story configuration. Go to the next. Please. You can see some photographs of the existing condition. You can see the elevation facing the existing back elevation, which it was, and then the back elevation that's now. So that's been halted, and we're making the proper adjustments that were requested in the previous meeting to remove that porch and just square off that rear addition. Go to the next slide, please. You can see that in the site plan. We are within the existing footprint, 29% lot coverage. We are not exceeding that footprint. There is a approved first floor deck that was approved, I believe, in November 2024, with BAR and permitting. So that's really the only thing that's technically new from that. Next slide. So first floor staying as is, no changes made. Go to the next slide, please. You can see here the previous plan, the architect had drawn a screen porch in the back. We took your recommendations from our previous submittal and just removed that, squared it off, and I believe it stayed pretty true to that American Forest Square style. So that's just a simple bedroom, bathroom, and closet. You get the next slide, please. Roof is pretty straight to the point. We're following that roof line. The only thing that we changed was that 6-inch drop that was recommended by the Preservation Society that you will see in elevation. Next slide, please. You can see the front end elevation staying as is. The back elevation previously had that porch. We removed that porch and just squared it off. And to create a sense of balance, just added the same window that you see on the first floor on the second floor, and then to bring in more light, the client had requested to just bring in 12 windows that are about 6'8" in height. Next slide, please. You can see here that we dropped that roof 6 inches from the existing, created a sense of separation with trim so that it's subordinate to the existing home. And you can see that here as well. There is a small, I would like to talk about the windows actually. We are keeping that aesthetic. We're not introducing any sort of new window type, with the exception of that tall double window in the back, and then this small transom here, where just to bring in a little bit of light into the bathroom. Next slide. Really, that's it.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us the staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, so we had a note that there was a condition per your previous motion about differentiating the windows that had not been done, but everything else had been addressed. So we were recommending a conceptual approval with any board conditions and preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you. Frankie, did you want to respond to or clarify any of the staff observations or comments?
And my note said it was the windows on. Sorry, multitasking here. This elevation that I think you wanted differentiated.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I don't remember the comment about differentiating the windows, but
Big deal.
It's back to the conversation we had earlier, which was about the word differentiating, like they're using the same vocabulary as the existing. So I think it's like, is that wasn't typically the direction we were going, but.
and I think the applicant's done everything else that we asked.
Typically, we looking at like a different eave, different siding, and different window pattern or type. Just to define the whole old and new. How visible is that south elevation with that little? I should have gone by the site. Oh, not very. Yeah. Right up against that other building.
That's back on the lot. Well, it's not back.
No, I don't think it's far back on the line. I think it's just there's very little space in between. I have no problem with it.
I didn't have any comments.
And unless y'all did, does someone want to float a motion? Fillmore?
I'm just, sorry, I'm trying to get back. After sitting out there for all that time, I'm trying to get back.
Daryl, would you want to? float a motion?
I think, I mean, I'm fine with the direction it's going. I would ask the applicant to work with staff on differentiating the January. The eave siding and the windows, so, but I think they can do that.
You want to make a motion with this? It says that.
I think with staff observation.
Of the windows, yeah.
So Daryl, did you make?
I think Becky was because she was gonna add stuff to it.
I can make a motion.
Okay.
For, conceptual approval with preliminary and final to staff. With the staff observation number 1. And I would also have board comment for differentiating the siding and the eave.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff with staff observation number 1 and a board condition to differentiate the siding and the eave. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl, I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Agenda item 14, 64 America Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
Yes. The window kind of differentiated side.
Okay.
Should be differentiated.
64 America Street is in East Side, Council District 4. It is a category 4, circa 1852 in the Old City District. Requesting an appeal of staff decision for starting siding replacement. This is the property's location on America Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
We would have made
No.
And let me pass out.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
It started off as just a siding replacement as the existing vinyl siding on the property had started to fall rapidly over time. As you can see from the first page, it's kind of the reason that I've made the appeal on behalf of the homeowner is because it's my understanding from the board or from the staff level. One and only one type of exterior material is approvable and that's work. So because of the age of the home, the resident being 80 years old with some degree of cognitive decline, I was looking for some material that would be a little bit more suitable for the resident and also stays within the same character of the neighborhood. There are several other, the surrounding property around it, where there is hardy plank, which is the original application that was denied, or returning back to, I've selected a Dutch lap vinyl because it has a wood grain, returning to vinyl siding that was on the home. Even though this is a public hearing, I can say that I am 45 and that is the siding, the vinyl siding was on the house since I was born. So that's the mid siding that's always been there. So as you can see from the pictures that I've included on page 4, you'll have one example of the house as it was with the green vinyl siding. Looking On page 5, that's the kind of Google Earth image to show you from 2013 staff audit, it was vinyl siding on the home. So. I don't believe that using a material other than wood goes against the spirit of the board, its rules or its regulations. I'm not gonna read your statutes and rules to you, but just looking at the bar principles from the 2017, and I looked through historically all the amendments prior to that time. It's my understanding that composite and processed materials, even cementous board, which would be the hardy plank, is something that can be approved, so long as there's a presentation and it's consistent with the neighborhood. I did bring actual materials here if the board wants to look at that cementous siding. It's my understanding that floral siding has been approved frequently within this neighborhood. Also within your packet, you'll just see from me going through the other homes within the old historic districts within 5 to 10 mile radius of this home, mostly 5 miles. Houses that are over 100 years old have been approved with removal of vinyl siding, replacing it with hardy plank. So that's the amendment and appeal that I'm making to the board, because it's my understanding that the only material that I could get approval for was wood.
Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie?
All right, multitasking.
You have one public comment, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
My name is George Watson. I support full emphasis on what we're doing, and we look at what you're trying to ask to be done. It's really costing a huge much more money. Right? And we need to look at how we can support the family, not look at taking away what's there. The structural value, historical value of the house is still there. Now, how can we enhance that and keep it that way? And we've not changed that. Right? And I've lived at that address next to them for 67 years. Right? And it's important that we support them so the family can make it through it and be able to have a conversation on what can be done, what we can go to and bring forward. We've done that in Charleston going all the way back into the 80s, right? Through the Great Empowerment Corporation. And Historic Society, Preservation Society. We look at how we can help a family to really structure their house strong and keep it strong, not just come and send them a statement telling them that they have to go with this particular way. It's not taken away from their house value, but how can we help them? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that public comment. Thank you.
No problem. If I may just make one more. The only urgency I have here is unfortunately the contractor that was retained to do this work jumped the gun and removed some of the siding, so the house is in an exposed condition. And that's why I would like to get some kind of a guidance and approval on materials so that I can do something. So if there is a historic preservation need for the home, I can maintain it without it continuing to have rot. Thank you.
Frankie, what was your?
We only, since this is an appeal, we only had the observation that, staff denied the permit for vinyl siding because we didn't feel it was something that we at a staff level could approve, due to the age of the house. That was why we recommended they come to you guys.
Got it. Okay. Well, unless you have a response to the public comment, which was in your favor, we'll move into board discussion about what's on the building.
Oh, it's currently on the building though, right?
The vinyl.
Yes, but it is Old City District. So we, even if it's currently there, we don't typically approve.
Replace, so it's
But we approve.
replacement in kind.
Yeah.
And what's on there now is vinyl.
Yes, but we couldn't find that the vinyl had been approved. That was the problem. We couldn't find that kind of
I got you.
documentation.
Do you know how long the vinyl's been there? Roughly?
50 plus years. I know I'm going to make an archive search to see if I can find it. Because it's been there since I was before I was born. Okay, so I just have to go do an archive search to see how we went from what it was at its original construction to vinyl.
And we could not find that either.
But there is vinyl that's on there and I mean, apparently it's been on there.
Yeah.
I mean, but putting, putting vinyl, this house is 1852. Correct. Putting vinyl on 1852 house is terrible. But if there were an asphalt shingle roof on that house, we would allow an asphalt shingle roof to be put back on that house. We would allow replacement in kind. So as sort of disappointing as this is, there's been vinyl on that house for many years. I find it difficult to say that you cannot replace it in kind.
I agree,
I
which
agree.
is a few new novel
Now,
things tonight.
if they, they can, I think they can, the wood siding is there under the vinyl.
I'm just saying they shouldn't have to leave it.
The wood siding?
Yeah.
No, if they wanted to take the wood siding off, well, back, I mean, it would, ideally. My instinct is that that's probably what happened is the vinyl was put over wood siding.
Right.
And when they pull the vinyl off, the wood siding is gonna be there. It would be less expensive, probably, to do a little bit of patching on the wood siding if it were required to put the vinyl over it, then it would be to pull the wood siding. And then, because probably behind that wood siding is that there's no diagonal, siding. You'd have to do something then to secure the frame. And so it would be making way more sense just to put it on the existing siding there, make a few, repairs to it. But I find it difficult to say that they cannot replace it.
Take your point about the asphalt
Hmm.
shingle roof.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If, if
Yeah.
there was an asphalt, there were tons of asphalt shingles put on, I think you go. And the ones that have remained asphalt shingle by now have been replaced at least once with asphalt shingles.
I will just say, just for the board's information, that the difference that staff saw is normally we can find documentation of the roofs. Siding is a very difficult thing because with vinyl siding especially, people put vinyl siding on top of wood siding. So if staff can't find a previous approval, we can't basically continue something that wasn't approved. So we're basically asking you guys if you are okay with considering it a repair in kind.
Yeah.
And essentially giving them an approval to have this material.
That's tricky.
Yeah, and
I
I
think it's
understand
tricky,
staff's
but-
position on that. I understand why you.
Just to make sure, I mean, I just want to make sure that was kind of on the record.
Yeah, I don't think we want to change what you're doing. I think things like this need to.
We want that to be something that the board decides that's not something staff does, that is guided by a bigger entity than staff members.
And so the question is, do we consider this replacement in kind or not? So,
And she wants to replace, you want to replace it with boral siding or
Like I said,
return to vinyl? What did you want to replace it with?
my preference would have been the hardy plank, but since that was already denied, I was gonna go back, the vinyl that was there, but I would
Okay.
prefer it had boral or hardy or something that looks nicer.
do you know what's underneath the vinyl?
It is wood that I've seen, but some of it's very, very rotted.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But wood siding is. So if you took the vinyl off and replaced it with hardy or boral, then you would have to take the original wood siding off. And that would not be your replacement in kind.
I know.
This is one of those.
I know.
Damned, doing damned if you don't.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd almost rather approve.
replacing, certain, I think, sort of theoretically replacing all the siding with boral is probably a better option than covering up the old wood siding again with just from a,
But for a precedent,
yeah, it's dangerous.
I think it's a dangerous precedent if
I
we,
agree, and
We
but
don't know
from a
that.
perspective of sort of what might be long-term best for the building, that probably, if it was appropriately done, would be better for the building to put vinyl siding back over it, but I agree that it's a very dangerous.
I think that's more dangerous to
That could
approve
be
the
all there.
removal of the wood
Oh, I
than
think
to.
All original material. So no.
No, you don't know something until you pull it all
Ah.
off. And I think that if they pull it all off,
Then it's gone.
then it's final. No. I mean, I think that's probably the one thing we can do is say replace the kind.
I'm in favor of that. Gilmore, did you want to make the motion?
I would
It's actually an
make a motion to
overturn staff's denial.
that overturn staff's denial of replacement in kind of vinyl siding.
Very much.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for to overturn the staff's denial of replacement in kind of the vinyl siding. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Becky,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
You in favor?
chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, agenda item 15, which is not the last one because you put the policies on.
Yeah, you could thank my boss for that.
Agenda item 15, 794 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
794 Rutledge Avenue is in North Central Council District 4. It is a category 3, set in 1836. The historic corridor district requesting a field of staff decision for roof replacements. This is the property's location on Rutledge. I will turn it over to the applicant. Let me know where in your slides you want me to flip to.
Okay.
Solo.
Hi, my name is David Strada. I am representing Mrs. Grovich. I feel like I'm the only person here tonight that doesn't have any plans, so I apologize about that.
That's okay. Appeal of staff decision does not require plans.
Gotcha. I have learned a lot from being in here tonight. It's my first time being down here, so I've
Couldn't laugh.
completely unprepared, but that'll last. So here we are. Anyway, so I talked to, when we first met Miss Grovich, she came to us because she had a substantial amount of leaks in many spots throughout the home. And we know that this one is down there in the historic corridor, and we know that there's some rules and regulations that apply to this particular project. So long story is that we observed a lot of rust on the roof. And I believe at some point in the past, there was an attempt to possibly sandblast it. I can't confirm or deny that. It's just, that's just from one observation that we could see. And I think that problem was just made worse. But moving forward, we proposed the style roof that we have here, simply because when we were looking around the neighborhood, we saw other types of the same materials that we're proposing to put on here. We were not proposing that we change the color in any way. We know that this house is part of this corridor, and we want to keep the same integrity of that color, which is that brick red, which we love the color, by the way. The homeowner does, always has, to my knowledge. That was her first choice. So that's pretty much the long and the short of this particular project. So if there's any questions from y'all, answer them.
Any questions for the applicant?
The turn roof that's existing, has it been coated or has it just got a lot of paint on it?
It's a great question.
And it looks, looking at the seams, it looks like it's never had fabric.
Yeah, I believe that there's never been anything done to it. This is the original one. Yeah.
Okay, I don't, it looks at this photograph, it looks like it's
Yeah.
certainly has never had fabric. It may have had, a coating, but
Yeah.
it looks like it's just had paint.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And other roofs that I've been on around the area, I definitely have seen one, maybe even two layers of that fabric, and then this one does not have.
Okay.
Which is why when we told Ms. Gurvich, hey, this is a long and arduous process to go through this. Are you sure this is what you want to go through, or just go through some repairs? And she just doesn't want to have to go through that and just kicking the can down the road with continuously repairs with leaks inside the house. So we just gave it a shot just to see what the board would say.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Can you go to the very first? The very beginning, is there the cover page on it? Yeah, so that's standing on the sidewalk, and I mean, roof visibility is hardly at all from there, and then if you go to the street view, there's a huge tree that sits in front of this house to where you can barely see the roof at all.
Yeah, but for visibility, vegetation doesn't count.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Any other questions? Okay. Anyone speaking? You're still here, so. there you are.
Key through 12 Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF respectfully request that staff decision be upheld for the roofing policy statement. Wherever possible, historic roofs should be repaired rather than replaced. Replacement is necessary to be done in kind using traditional hand crimps and mixing roof without a ridge cap.
Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations. And I know you don't have any issues.
Yeah, so I showed that it was previously denied by staff because the provided spec showed a snap block roof, which we could not consider a replacement in kind.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public or the staff comments?
So 793 Rutledge Avenue is a snap block roof. It was originally asphalt shingle, now it's snap block. And it's literally directly across the street from this lady's house, which was another reason why the suggestion of going with that type of roof, I mean, to help preserve everything would be best. And it's not, I mean, obviously it's not the original color, because previously, if you look at on Google Maps, it was asphalt shingle. Now it is snap block with, I mean, everything that we would be putting on the same roof, so.
So in this district, we have jurisdiction over new construction, and we have jurisdiction over removal of historic materials 50 years or older. So we wouldn't have jurisdiction over a shingle roof. So they could replace it with whatever they want, essentially. Also, if anything was replaced or changed prior to 2017, that's when we got jurisdiction of this area.
So you'll see a lot of things in that area that never would have been approved.
2017, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense, got it. Okay.
All right, public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion, vote.
Well, you know, I'm looking at the photographs. That's a really nice short panel turn roof, and now it's got some wear and some age on it. It looks like it's never been coated. I mean, my first impression is that the original historic roof should be saved and probably coated if it needs it. Now, I understand that puts a maintenance burden every 10 years on the homeowner, because you're gonna have to paint, you have to coat it with fabric on, you're gonna have to maintain it, you have to coat it every 7 or 10 years probably. But that's really not something to consider. I would have a little look at the photographs. I would have a little difficulty in saying you should just tear this roof off and put a new true standing seam roof with hand crimped tips
You would not say that?
and ridges. I would have difficulty because I think this roof is in pretty good. The base
I
of this
see what
roof
you're
is in
saying.
pretty good shape, and the idea to tear off a historic roof that is salvageable and replace it, you know, with a modern roof, even if it's a true standing seam and not a snap block. I think it's not exactly the right course. I understand why people want to do it because they don't want to maintain a turn roof that's also, you know, that is at the point in its life where it's going to have to be coated every 7 to 10 years.
I think at this point, we can uphold the staff decision for denial.
Right. And if staff wants to you know, say it's all right to replace it with a true standing seam roof.
Snap block.
With hand crimped tips and ridges, then that's staff's decision.
Yeah, snap block.
Snap block is not a replacement in kind.
No.
And so the concern for me with that is snap block, then they could take it off a few years from now and put asphalt.
Yeah, and we can't, so we can't approve that, right? So I make a motion to uphold the staff denial.
Okay, hold on. We have a motion on the floor to uphold staff denial. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
The motion to a vote. Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Becky?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Agenda item 16, revisions to BAR policies and guidelines.
This is.
Revisions, policies and guidelines.
Oh, that's right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I take 1 minute to run to the restroom before you roll through this?
I'm not going through it, but yes, you may. There's no one else here.
Or do we just sign?
Are we just approving these? Have we all reviewed them? I mean,
Well, I mean. No board approved them. One
I will
caveat.
say the large board approved, however, they made one change to the signage policy, which is the one that is turned sideways in the stack that I gave you.
myself.
And I have,
Oh, yeah, it was a sign policy.
yes, the sign
It was
policy.
but it wasn't like a substantive change.
Brought 4 words, they've removed is strongly encouraged. So it just says, is required for multi-tenant.
It used to say it was strongly encouraged and required, which doesn't make any sense.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
no,
Okay.
I have a couple of comments.
Well,
I don't
maybe
think
you
we're
better
gonna
let
get a
Daryl.
presentation, so go, I think, go
I
ahead.
can do a presentation.
I'll be right back. Go ahead, don't wait on me.
What were your questions, comments?
Well, one is, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Frankie, but in landscaping, and this is just kind of a personal observation, plantation mix seems to be sort of treated in the guidelines in the same category as simply a gravel driveway. Even though they do have a different comment about it, it seems to be treated the same way, and actually, I think it's a much better product than a gravel driveway.
Yeah.
First of all, it meets ADA requirements. And I think it's a much better product. And I'm not saying that we should just say, oh yeah, you can always do it. I just think maybe there should be some distinction in the emphasis between, you know, a number 7 stone gravel driveway, plantation mixed driveway.
I believe that was, and that's for hardscaping. There's nothing new in the policy. We just have collected things from what was in our original hardscape policy. We removed the fencing information and put it in its own policy. But then we pulled comments from our standard staff condition letters. We pulled things from the BAR booklet. So we just pulled the information from all the places we have them and put them here.
That's not a very big thing. So it was just an observation.
Yeah.
Maybe said, I think they ended up reading and landscape and used quite differently.
Yeah, I know
Treatment.
we don't treat them the same way when we review them. I do see that it does kind of sound the same way.
So that's just a really an observation. And the only other one I had was about access for plug-in electric vehicles.
Mhm.
Just comes from personal experience. I think that plug-in for electric vehicles, you know, should be allowed on buildings. They are appropriately deep.
Yeah,
And
for
are installed in such a way as to represent an historic element and not identifiable as an outlet.
I agree with that.
Because saying that you can't put it there is just saying for a lot of people who can't roll their car in the backyard or into a parking garage.
Yeah.
I mean, into a, you know, into their garage, you just can't have an electric vehicle. Now, I think that the requirements ought to be pretty stringent. And I think it should be, if it's mounted on the house or something, it should be made completely concealable so that when you're don't have the cord plugged into it, it doesn't look like an outlet. It looks like the house, the structure, or in some kind of an element that say, particularly, you know, right downtown in the historic district, that might be just in front of the house or somewhere, but that is not, it is appropriate historic representation and not definable as an outlet. Unless it's a court appointment.
I think you've got that leeway for category 3 and 4 in new construction. It's 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Where it shall not be visible from the public right of way. And I think that's actually only knowing, was it who did the really clever thing?
which is really, really.
How were y'all able to, so would y'all, under this policy, would you have been able to approve that? Was that a?
Actually, we wouldn't review it because what they did was within the right of way. So they got an encroachment
We got an
permit for it.
encroachment permit to do it.
It was not reviewed by BAR because it was in the right of way.
And
Should-
that, but it makes me think about that.
Yes.
Because there was no place to park that vehicle except on the street,
So,
so, and
I
so
will
we
also
had
throw
to
in-
put the plug, otherwise you gotta drag a cord across the sidewalk, which of course you can't do.
Yeah.
And so we had to put the outlet in the right of way on the street.
But
And
also
we did it
remember,
by- we did
this is sort of, this is mostly for staff review, to let homeowners, contractors know what staff can approve, what would have to go to the board and sort of standard practices.
Yeah.
But if this is our policy statement, it says shall not be visible, although part of me playing devil's advocate, do we want to open this up to category 1 and 2? I'm worried if we have language
Well-
appropriately concealed.
Yeah,
But
and of course,
the board can always approve things on a case-by-case basis.
So we can't violate an ordinance, but we can violate the policy.
Correct.
yeah, I just think that.
Because if you
further-
notice at
know,
the
if
bottom,
We're gonna have to start doing that. We're gonna have to start, allowing people to plug their vehicles in, and, hundreds and hundreds of people have to park on the street.
Yeah.
Downtown, and more they're gonna drive the hybrids or all electric vehicles. I think that having a policy statement that, that the board has to constantly override is not a good idea. And so I would rather, we don't have, I don't know, how often do policies statements come up for review?
I'm wondering right now how many we're gonna have on category 1 and 2 homes. How often?
Huh?
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, there are an awful
I
lot,
would think
there are an awful lot of
everybody-
cat 2 houses where there's no parking. And I think more and more you're gonna see it, but I think that if the language is changed, it has to be that they are not discernible as an outlet.
I think people can figure that out.
Oh, yeah, all you have to do is build or create it.
Yeah.
but for categories 1 and 2, they would have to come to the board.
Well, yeah, they have to come to the board
Yes.
anyway.
So they'd have to come to the board anyway, and we do have the line in there that says that the board resolves to review applications and considers these on a case by case.
I mean, I guess that's good enough. I would always rather see it.
Well, you could add after shall not be visible from the public right of way unless appropriately concealed and not discernible.
And not discernible as an outlet.
Yeah. So that people are prepared.
You have to take this back
They
before
have to
BAR
do
looks
something
at it.
about it.
Yeah, they're not just gonna come in there and ask.
This is really affect them. This is really us.
It doesn't matter, we both have to.
Well, no, but I mean, like, they shouldn't care about this change.
No, they'll just have to.
Okay, unless appropriately concealed and not discernible.
As an electrical device.
Also for just procedural purposes, I want to put on the record that we had 4 questions. There was nobody in the public here, so we offered public comment and then we are now in board discussion.
Okay.
And I wanted someone to say that we inappropriately adopted policies. So here is what we are proposing to add. So, I feel comfortable here. I don't normally make motions, but this is different. I would make a motion to approve the policies as proposed with the exception of the policy statement. Hold on, I should write down my own motion. As proposed with the exception of, what is the name of that policy?
This is the policy statement for alternative energy.
Alternative energy. Which shall incorporate board additions for cat 1 and 2 homes. Okay, do I have a second to my motion?
And would you mind approving the alteration to the signage policy as made for the AR large and that I distributed to you.
Well, wouldn't that be approved policies as proposed? Because you proposed it that way.
It's not what was posted on the website.
Oh,
It was
with
the
the
amendment. that I-
exception of one policy statement and two policy statement for,
Signage. You want the whole title?
yeah. Incorporate, city staff comments or, BAR large.
AR large conditions.
Okay, now do I have a second? Let me, thank you, Daryl, for the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, fair.
chair votes in the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Fillmore. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Not opposed.
Can I ask you a architectural questions? Oh, no.
I don't answer architecture. I don't know anything about architecture.
It was my motion, number 16 was my,
It's a question.
my motion.
That's what I was
Yeah.
putting, but I want.
I just want to know what standards you would. This is a building on Fairley Street. This, it's two buildings combined to be one. That's-
I'm gonna leave these papers here.
This one was a.
Can you recycle?
This one. Or something there must have burned or fell. Window.
Rachel.
They're all,
Way.
but they're all.
Does VAR large not have
Yeah.
more?
Right.
No,
That's what would be
Do need it
required
better.
to be replaced.
Well,
Replacing.
VAR
time, would that
large
be the
has
word?
what?
Yeah, it's the place in kind. It's this,
Eight-
what district?
once a
Yeah,
month?
the old
But
city.
let me
It's
tell
not
you,
It's the old city.
try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the old historic district.
Yeah. So even though this is 90s before.
Right.
They can't. come up
Yeah,
with
because
this.
it's.
Christmas.
Would you like a ride? It's cold.
But they didn't.
I'm only 10 minutes
Yeah,
away.
they're not spoiled.
So they can't
Thank you for the
use
candy. It's a
Yeah.
nice little
a
picture.
store vault window. It's replacing time.
You know, we have had
Oh,
I had a year,
Manufacturer.
and so I wanted to just.
Think there, PDL,
You need a
single
candy.
pane.
And apparently I changed
Yeah, they're-
the into it. You ain't got it.
You don't have to.
Hey, shame is a powerful tool.
Yes.
Can't believe you did that. Now I
PDL,
gotta go do something.
provided.
Yes.
And that's be single.
We needed it.
So it's, but then it probably wouldn't have a DP rating, right? If it's.
It probably would not have to be. You know, somebody might be making this. Ready. I don't think they are. I don't.
All right.
It's-
Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Doesn't come up.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
It probably wouldn't have a DP.
I knew tonight was gonna be a long one.
I didn't know I was gonna lose Rachel the way through.
Is there anything fun in the ones I missed?
Yeah.
They kind of cut dry.
Frankie, thank you for the gift and have a great Christmas.
I hope you all have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yeah.